Over to you, Martha and Zoe.
Thank you, Neil. Just get this PowerPoint up. Okay. Oh. Hi, good morning. Welcome to what is our 5th annual conference, Education Across the Divide 2022. And today we're focusing on reimagining educational futures. So thank you to those that have come to previous conferences and are rejoining us, as well as those that are joining for the first time today. We've kept it online again this year, but we're hoping potentially next year we'll go back to in-person, because it would be nice to have that kind of in real life experience again. But in terms of today, I just wanted to start off by giving a little bit of background about the Education for Social Justice Research Group. So we're the ones kind of hosting the conference today, and to give you a little bit of information about what we've been up to over the last year and ways that you could potentially get involved as well. So in the research group, we really draw on the knowledge and experience of interdisciplinary academics and practitioners. And I think that's quite evident in the panelists that we've got here today. We form partnerships on local, national and international levels to explore issues that are central to the current educational context. And we have some particular research areas, which include social inclusion and exclusion of learners, as well as education for global citizenship. But we have quite kind of broad activities within those. As a research group based in the university, we see the university as a resource that should be used to support and develop the wider community, both kind of locally and internationally. And we have a real commitment to research-informed practice with the aim of reflecting the mutuality through knowledge exchange activities such as today, which benefit both the communities and the university. Our research projects intend to support our community partners in reflection and development through a grounding in both the context of practice and academic theories. Through this process, we too are developing both as researchers and as education practitioners ourselves, grounded in the real context that we have the opportunity and the privilege of being able to research. The resulting reports and articles, therefore, created with the intent to be valuable tools for transformation in both community and university contexts. And over the last year, we have had a range of lightning talks, and we've still got some coming up. So if you go onto either our website or sign up for our Edu4SJ at LSBU mailing list, you'll get notifications of those. We've supported the launch of a report for Southwark Day Centre for asylum seekers. So again, if you have events or things that you would like some support with, we can see if they can be hosted at the university. We've worked in partnership with organisations to support evaluation of their work, including Hyde Group, social housing provider, Connecticut Blocko Youth Music Leadership Programme. We've had several publications this year. All of those details are on our newly launched website as well, so do check that out. So if you go onto the lsbu.ac.uk website and then search Education for Social Justice, that comes up with all of our information. We've also got an upcoming blog series, which was edited by myself and Martha as leads of the research group, and has drawn on blogs from various members. And we're looking forward to developing more ways to engage with members, and we'll be holding a research group planning day on the 10th of June. So if you would like to get more involved in the kind of the planning and the organisation of the research group, and then drop us an email and we can involve you in that as well. So I'll hand over to Martha, who's going to talk about today, our theme and our speakers.
Hi, thanks, Zoe. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us today. I'm not going to say much, just that we are delighted to have such a brilliant range of speakers with us today to explore our theme, which is reimagining educational futures. And firstly, I think our speakers, as Zoe said, really do reflect the character of the Ed4SJ research group in terms of bridging research or academia and practice, and with a concern for inclusivity and social justice. You know, the last 2 years have obviously been very difficult for everyone and have kind of exacerbated existing inequalities within the education system, as well as presenting new challenges. But perhaps in some ways has also provided a time for, or a pause for thought in our approaches to inclusivity, and perhaps enabled us to look afresh at some of our practice. Obviously, the importance of inclusivity and solidarity with our fellow humans has been further highlighted by tragic events recently. And I think the speakers today draw on experiences during the pandemic and also broader shifts in the educational and political landscape to explore how education can promote equality and social justice for everyone. So today, these educational futures are explored through multidisciplinary lenses with experts from education, law, health, for example, and across a range of educational contexts, such as HE, schools, home learning. So I'm sure there's going to be much food for thought today, and I'm sure you, as I am, very keen to get started. So I don't think I need to say any more other than just extending our thanks once again from the Ed4SJ Research Group to all our speakers and to all of you for attending and for participating in the day. And I look forward to hearing from everybody. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'm just going to stop sharing your screen there. Brilliant. Thank you. So our first speaker of the day, we're pleased to welcome one of LSBU staff, Dr. Helen Young. Helen's talk is entitled Rent Strikes in the Neoliberal University, Critical Pedagogy for Reimagining Educational Futures. Helen, over to you.
And hopefully I'm already sharing it. So thank you so much, Neil, Martha and Zoe, and thank you everybody for coming. So yeah, really exciting to be at another Ed4SJ conference. Today I'm going to be talking about rent strikes in the neoliberal university, critical pedagogy for reimagining educational futures. So this is based on some work which I've been doing with Dr. Lucy Wenham from University of Bristol, who may be joining us a bit later, I'm not sure.
Helen, just to let you know, we're just waiting for your slides to start
Are
sharing.
you?
We are.
What's it done? And now?
All good.
Yeah? Okay. So people might remember, like 12 to 18 months ago, there were a number of rent strikes in universities across England, and in fact, across the whole world. So against the backdrop of the pandemic, students were being expected to pay rent for accommodation that they couldn't use. Their lectures were all being moved online. Sometimes they couldn't occupy the buildings. The amenities were very much reduced. So this was the thing that we focused our research on. So often these students were first-year undergraduates. They were living in accommodation that was owned, overseen, and marketed by their university. They often didn't know other students, even within their accommodation blocks, because the pandemic had kind of lowered the occupancy rates, and movement and mixing were severely restricted by lockdowns. So these students kind of joined together. They acted collectively, they refused to pay their rent. And their action resulted in at least partial victory in some places for some moments. So we interviewed 11 of these students. We did qualitative research based exploring their lived experiences. And our coding and analysis of those interviews was very inductive. We just wanted to kind of see what were the main issues that arose from it. So one of them, maybe not surprisingly, is that the analysis shed light on the neoliberalization of higher education. That's not my main focus today, but maybe something that we'll write about in future. What we're writing about today, hopefully a lot of you will recognize this Brazilian man whose photo you can see on the left. So this is Paulo Freire, and we found very much that all the issues that were coming out of the data resonated very closely with his concepts, for example, around dialogue, praxis, and consciousness raising. So we're just sort of starting to write up our thoughts with regard to those issues of how both the data helps us to understand Freire's work and how Freire's work helps us to understand the data, and in both cases to maybe challenge each other. So the data sort of challenges critical pedagogy enhances what we can learn from these students who are participating in the event strikes. But like I said, we're just kind of at the beginning of writing up, so really welcome thoughts that people might have. So one of Freire's key concepts, which has also then been built on by lots of others who are writing on critical pedagogy, is the idea of critical dialogue. So for example, Antonio Dada says, it is through critical dialogue that students enter together into the process of problematization. And by way of their critical exchanges, they experience important breakthroughs of knowledge that emerge from rethinking their historical and contemporary conditions. So not surprisingly, we found lots of examples of dialogue within the data, but we're kind of like, we're looking at it in sort of two separate ways. So there's this kind of initial coming together. So like I said, these students are all quite separated from each other. They don't know each other. So it's a challenging kind of way for them to get together and develop these event strikes. So one of them literally just said, it's just like, just talking to these people. One said there was someone I met in my own halls who was interested in doing a event strike, but then that chat just grew from there. So it was like 5 people, then it got to 10, then it got to 15, then it got to 20. More and more students in halls kept getting added to that WhatsApp chat. So in quite a few universities, it got into the hundreds who were involved in these event strikes. So beyond that initial kind of coming together, they moved on to more kind of sophisticated sharing of ideas, knowledge, expertise, and theoretical arguments. So for example, one of them said, I guess like sharing resources and things, and also almost like creating an environment and just showing support. I think even just saying to people, no, this can work in and of itself is probably quite a helpful thing to do. They worked a lot together with others who had previous activist experience. So there was a lot of talk of kind of dialogue with various others who were, some of whom were second and third year students, some of whom were from outside the university. So some of them were getting trained as legal observers. Some of them attended online training by the Young Greens. There was a lot of data about kind of shifting registers of the dialogue that they were engaged in. So for example, one of them said that in their WhatsApp, someone would ask a question about how to cancel their direct debit, and then like a whole conversation would start about Marxism or whatever. So there's quite a kind of shift of registers within the dialogue between them. Okay, so another key idea that comes out of critical pedagogy is this idea of praxis. So this is how Freire describes it. He says, within the word, we find 2 dimensions, reflection and action. And in such radical interaction that if one is sacrificed, even in part, the other immediately suffers. There's no true word that is not at the same time a praxis. Thus, to speak a true word is to transform the world. So we found plenty of examples of this within our data. So this student, she's actually studying politics. She said, to actually go through it, I feel like I learn more in engaging in actions, because it's actually how it is in real life, like lived experience, which is probably more powerful in a way. So we had quite a lot of students that referred very directly to the things that they were learning through their formal subject learning from the various subjects. So for example, one had been learning about rent strikes that had happened historically in the local area, for example. So another student said, slowly, this process of people's personal experience kind of led them to being more educating themselves on what was going on. So there were a lot of these examples of this very kind of close relationship between the reflection and the action that they were engaged in. Okay. So then a final kind of key Freirean concept is this idea of raising critical consciousness, what he also referred to as conscientization. So this is kind of like coming to recognize that things that seem natural don't have to be that way, and coming to understand how power operates. So for example, one of them said, the concept of actually forming a movement to try and counter what they did, referring to the landlords, would never really have kind of been in my head. So I think what things like rent strike has really shown me is that there's no need to just accept what these institutions are doing, when if you're part of them, you can actually try and change things. So quite a few students were talking about both themselves and their fellow students were beginning to make connections between their experiences with their accommodation. So that kind of quite small personal experience, and then much broader, bigger issues around, for example, the marketization of education. So in summary of this brief talk, those are the three kind of key concepts from Paulo Freire's work that I've introduced, and all of them were incredibly relevant to the experience of these students. All of them are about coming together to read the world in order to change it. So through their actions, these students developed a much stronger understanding of how power operates and of bigger issues such as marketization. They also developed a sense of themselves as political actors. And all of this, therefore, has the potential to create new educational futures. So I thought I'd end with another Paulo Freire quote. He says, "I'm hopeful, not out of mere stubbornness, but out of an existential, concrete imperative." Thank you very much. That's my Twitter handle, Helen H_HYYYY. It's a very Freirean question of why. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Helen. I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Biodun Olatokin from LSBU. Just to let you all know that you will hear a series of presentations. There'll be 4 presentations for each session, and then there will be a joint Q&A. So Biodun, are you there and ready to go? There we go.
Definitely on mute as well.
It happens.
Always good to get those out of the way. Excellent. So thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much everyone for attending. I'd like to talk you through what I am immensely proud of, and a journey that I've been on over the last 3 years as an educator, and that is something that we have put together as a massive open online course at another organisation that I'm part of. So let me tell you a little bit about citizenship and the rule of law. All righty. So whilst I do have an LSBU email address, and I do work here, I spend most of my time at an organisation called the Bingham Centre for the Rule of Law. And the Bingham Centre for the Rule of Law is a think tank and research organisation put together to give effect to this principle, the idea that we should live in societies that are governed by fairness and justice, and that the rule of law should lie sovereign. However, over the last few years, it's been clear, not just in the UK, but across the world, that the rule of law is under threat, and also that people are not completely aware of what its requirements are. So at the Bingham Centre, we've been working for several years to try and help people to understand what it is. We have run a programme called Citizenship and the Rule of Law for the last 8 years that has produced textbooks to support teachers in schools to be able to lead conversations about what justice looks like in their environment and their context. And we've also tried to wade into the audiovisual world with a podcast around some of the tougher aspects of the European Union and its democracy, as well as some things like protest rights that we think will really engage with the lives of students. So in addition to that, we complemented that with direct delivery in the classroom. And here you see a couple of smiling selfies of me with a little less hair, going around and leading workshops in which we have deliberative and interactive ways for students to tell us what the rule of law should look like in their context. But I have never been fully happy with those elements, and we have often tried to lead evaluation and a sort of iterative way of making things better into all of our programs. So we're constantly asking questions about how we can make the educational environment better and more accessible and more relevant for all of our different learner groups. So we had an external organisation conducting evaluation in 2015, and they essentially found that things were rosy. They said that students were learning things. They said that there was an increased awareness of the justice system, etc., etc., etc. So we felt good about ourselves for a year and about the quality of the programme. But one of the things that I took from this is that perhaps we weren't asking the deepest and most interrogative questions, and instead we're asking easy questions that would suffice for the purposes of our funder and would help us think, yes, vindicated, that was the right approach to take. When I dug a little deeper and went beyond the process to the actual impact and outcomes that learners and teachers and educators were getting out of this, I found a slightly more complex and nuanced story. So when I asked students later how they felt about the programme, they were saying that there should be more audiovisual materials, that they didn't think that we were necessarily getting the most of our quite engaging team. They said that they were having to read too much and that the examples were not necessarily relevant to them. And all of those made me think that this thing, the static textbook that's very difficult to update, may not be the best means of creating live and engaging content that's going to get the most of the students. Similarly, I had a similar impression from the teachers as well, who said that what we were providing in terms of these extensive case summaries and hundreds of pages were perhaps too much. They were saying that though they were great at the point of being printed, they would soon lose relevance to the news cycle. And especially looking at the last 6 years in this country, as we've had withdrawal from the European Union and coronavirus and problematic parties, it's been quite difficult for constitutional law and politics to keep up. And so we thought maybe we should do something different. Maybe we should get ourselves into a format that enables us to make relevant and accessible material that's visibly engaging, whilst at the same time keeping up with the news cycle. Around this sort of time as well, I participated in a conference run by Roehampton University colleagues in collaboration with Mahidol University in Thailand, where a group of various different models of multicultural education, people who were talking about critical pedagogy, introduced me to some of the ideas that Helen's spoken about in terms of critical pedagogy and multicultural education. And I started to think about how in law we have this really quite exclusionary method where we put labels and designations and assumptions on everything, which can be quite normative in terms of saying this culture is more important than that one, and how that was something that I was also bound by, and I didn't want to be. So we decided to do something different. We began a massive open online course that we made with the University of London that would take place over 6 weeks, where we wanted a very broad international audience to be able to engage with it. This was completed and put out there in February of 2020. We did that as a complement to some of our direct delivery and our physical textbooks, but we did not know that a month later it would become the primary means by which we would deliver our educational program. And I feel quite bad saying it, and it fills me with immense guilt to say it, but we were one of the big winners of the pandemic, and it did actually enable us to reach a huge swathe of people we may not have been able to reach otherwise. Again, I feel like this is a very trite thing to say, but the potential for reach of online platforms for education is it's misunderstood, it's underestimated, and I have some really quite clear evidence of just how far-reaching it can be. So how well did we do? We've been running for 2 years now, and we've had 50,000 people visit the course, 12,000 enroll, 6,000 get through the first module, and over 2,400 have completed the course. Those looked quite similar to the kinds of numbers we would get looking at a 5-year period for our physical textbook and our work with teachers. And it seems to have gone really well. I haven't included it here, but we've got a 4 and a 4.8 rating on Coursera, the platform we're on, which makes us one of the most popular human rights courses in the world. And people have some quite, yeah, some things that really affirm how successful this has gone. Looking at the middle comments, it looks like somebody here wants to give me several levels of promotions. So Professor Biodun Olatokin definitely accepts that that's something I might want to do later on in life, maybe not now, but later. And I think besides how well students liked it, there were some other factors that I thought were really great about the reach that we got from this as well. So our work to date has been for people under the age of 25. And we managed to get a number of 18 to 24-year-olds, which is much higher than the average that you would expect here. And Coursera has a bit of a skew. It's more male than female, but we managed to offset that slightly in the gender of the people who were doing this course. We actually managed to get 200 different nations and territories represented in our course, with the vast majority of them coming from an Asian country. That's over 50%. With the most popular country, significant distance being India, which is partly explained by us doing quite a lot of work in India, but also by reference to the way that we interwove the thinkers in India and Indian jurisprudence into the sorts of content that we had for the course. We also had quite a few people who, I'm not sure if we've got the stuff at the bottom, yeah, we had quite a few people who were not students doing the course. We had quite a few people who were also full-time students doing the course, which is much more than the Coursera average. And in terms of where people were when they were doing the course, we had all sorts across the range, people with doctorates, people with some college education, etc. So I just wanted to talk in closing about the ways in which we actually operationalized being inclusive and trying to make it an environment in which those people from 200 countries could thrive. I had a very hilarious and ironic interaction with the University of London when we were putting together this course. That they said to this Black man in his 20s, when I provided them with the reading list, maybe there are too many male pale stales on this list. And ironically, the first time I put together the reading list, I was trying to conform to a legal profession that was really quite exclusive and really quite elitist in who it thinks knows things and who it thinks can say things. And I thought, as somebody who isn't yet Professor Biodun Olatokin or anything like that, as the student said, that if I could show that I was doffing the cap to conformity, this would be a course that was more accepted. And they were saying, no, do the course that you want to do. So I made sure that I had my excellent female colleagues, a lot more than a lot of the blokes in my organization, giving their expertise. We made sure that the faces that were getting onto camera were as diverse as the international student body that we wanted to create, and made sure that these were not people who were doing it all for the first time. In terms of the way that we designed it, I used a lot of the feedback I got from a girls' school in Hammersmith to actually have a very varied range of methods and designs in the course. So we had podcasts and videos, and where there was some reading, I'd make sure it was broken up through underlining, contextualizing, use of bold, use of spacing, just to make sure it's as accessible as it can be. And we made sure that we also had subtitles in multiple different languages, including Mandarin, which obviously exposes us to a huge range of people who may not be thinking about the rule of law in the same way. We also made sure that it was not just the English experience reflected in a course sent out to the world, but it was the world's experience reflected in a course for them. So where we had the opportunity to raise an example, we would make sure that it was from a space that was preferably not European, preferably out there in the world. And I drew quite a lot of strength from being able to talk about the struggles of Black people in South Africa and America for social justice. And those contexts, I think, were well reflected in our base of learners as well. So one of the things I was quite keen to do that I think people should really think about when they're putting together an online course is how there is vast potential for a continued and later relationship with the student body that you have created. And because it has been the year it has been, in addition to this online course, we've also been running loads of online events and symposiums and conferences. And I've made sure that people who have taken this course, who have said, I'm going to take a step into Praxis to become a rule of law activist, actually have tangible things that they can do to give effect to that. So I've invited them to be part of a training program for even younger students so that they can pass on the knowledge that they have got. We've also got them roped into some of our training and events so that they can develop their legal careers. And if they don't want to be lawyers and instead want to be a more general kind of change maker, we've provided them with subsequent opportunities as well. We've also kept this deliberative, so where we've got a big policy paper or report we're writing, we'll ask them for their views on the rule of law so that we're really informed, both in terms of lived experience and in terms of the Russell Square think tank and its ivory tower. And we also make sure that we do the fun stuff where people are sharing a certificate from the program saying this is a great course. We're celebrating those successes, again, further creating a relationship between the learner and the institution that goes beyond the very transactional nature of completing a course. So that's it from me. Very happy to answer any questions in the chat and look forward to the rest of the presentations from colleagues.
Thank you very much, Biodun. We'll be with you shortly. So just to remind our audience that you'll hear 4 presentations and then there will be a joint Q&A and discussion. Please do feel free to pop your comments and thoughts in the chat box. We'll be dipping into there as well, and your questions directly into the Q&A box, and just let us know who your question's for. Just to remind you, you can upvote on the questions you most want to see answered by clicking the thumbs up symbol. Jenny, you're all set and ready to go. Over to you.
Thank you, Neil. Just checking you can see the right slides. Yeah,
we can.
Thank you. It's so great to be back here at this 5th conference. I couldn't believe it when Zoe and Martha were doing the introduction that we've been doing these kind of conferences at South Bank for 5 years. It's a real pleasure to be with everyone today. My name's Jenny Fogarty. I'm a senior lecturer in education development at City, University of London. But I've had a very long and varied career in education in different contexts, which includes 4 years as a senior lecturer in education at South Bank. So it's a real pleasure to come home to share some of my kind of emergent thoughts around some of the changes that we've seen through the pandemic. And I would really hope that you can take away today some thinking for yourself around your own role. And you might be in formal education, in informal education settings, in higher education, or in compulsory education. But thinking about this idea of compassion and boundaries in the post-pandemic university. So I'm not sharing any formal research. This is emerging research in this area, and I'm hoping to take some next steps and hope that you will come on that journey with me. So as I'm thinking and presenting today, it would be good for you to have a think about some of these questions. To what extent have boundaries in education changed during the COVID-19 pandemic? How do we as teachers demonstrate compassion to our students in higher education? And how do we create and support the conditions for compassion in the post-pandemic university? So I'm going to be using this term of compassion, and I want to start by defining it for you because I'm making an assumption here that compassion is good. It's a good thing. It's something we want to have more of in our universities, in our education systems, but that may be something that you want to discuss with me or challenge me on. So what do I mean by compassion? Well, compassion has a very distinct and specific understanding, and it's rooted in teachings from the Buddhist tradition. And it's this idea that we show compassion for others if we show compassion for ourselves. And it's the consciousness of distress and the desire to alleviate distress. So there's 4 key distinctions when we think about compassion. So it's different and distinct from kind of being nice, which I think we would assume that most of us who work in education have a sense that that is important. But compassion is a very active process rather than passive. It's not just about empathizing with our students, although that is important. There is something about this consciousness of distress and the way we wish to alleviate that distress. So that's how I'm framing compassion. But it may be that you have a different understanding or you want to understand that further. And lots have been written about compassion over the years, but thinking about compassion within the context of education, I also want us to be exploring the idea of boundaries. And we're not talking about hard physical boundaries, we're talking about micro level boundaries that we as educators set through our interactions with students. And often these are assumed and not articulated, particularly in post-compulsory education where we work with adults. So in compulsory education, we're often very clear about professional boundaries, and we teach that through teacher education, this idea of not being friends with students, boundaries being related to safeguarding issues. All those things still apply in higher education, but those boundaries aren't hard boundaries in the same way that they often are when we're thinking about compulsory education. And the rules of professional relationships in higher education are often unclear, which can mean that we have lots of these assumptions being made about boundaries. So if we take, for example, the personal tutor role, there's a clue in the name there that we're expected to have a different relationship with our students. We use the word personal, and often that can, particularly for people who are new to teaching in higher education, that can be something that's quite challenging to grapple with. And I do a lot of work in my current role and in previous roles working with colleagues who are new to teaching in higher education. And it's one of the most poignant pieces of feedback that I get, which is, I can't do enough for them. I don't know what to do. They're coming to me with all their problems. I can't help them. And this feeling of helplessness is often linked to unspoken boundaries that are in place. And it includes in higher education, but isn't limited to how available we are, how much personal information we share, the level of intimacy that we speak with students, and how and when we give support. So we're going to be exploring some of these issues through my short presentation this morning, but these are things that have been playing on my mind as we've been reflecting on this very unusual time that we've been in the last 2 years, and some of the changes and shifts that we've seen in the higher education landscape as a result. And obviously we've heard from Helen there in terms of rent strikes and how students are feeling towards their institutions, and our previous presentation talked to us about the absolute power of technology in terms of reach and communication and sharing and accessibility. So if we think about teaching as a compassionate act, I just want to drill down a little bit on some of the literature that exists around that. And I really enjoy this first quote, which helps us to see that it's not about a one-way relationship. It's not about what we as educators can do for our students. Compassion is a reciprocal process where it's a relationship between the healer and the wounded. It's a relationship between equals. And lots of challenges that we face in higher education are to do with the power struggles that we have in our organisations. And if we can reframe our thinking around compassion being a relationship between equals, I think that's something for us to think about as we move forward. And Waddington has done a lot of research recently, particularly in this area pre-pandemic. Waddington was really leading the way around the notion of compassion in our organisations in higher education, including the implications for university leadership, assessment and curriculum design. And the team of the University of Arts London are doing some amazing work around compassionate assessment, which I would really encourage you to have a think and have a look at if you get some time. And Nell Noddings has written extensively about the teacher as carer, that it's intrinsic to the teacher's identity, and it is a mark of personhood, that how we care for our students is what makes us teachers. So I think we've got some kind of intrinsic and extrinsic examples here about teaching as a compassionate act. It is what it means to be a teacher that we show our compassion. And again, inviting you to think about teaching in its broadest form, whether that's in higher education, formal education, informal education. So if we take a think now and look at some of the emerging literature, but also some of our anecdotal evidence and what we're seeing, which is around how COVID has changed our interactions with students. And I'm going to focus particularly on higher education. But what we saw during the very early days of the pandemic and what we continue to see is an increased volume and complexity of student support issues. That runs alongside an increased expectation for support, the increased flexibility that we've been afforded through technology. You know, working in this way would have been unthinkable 2 years ago, and the mass move onto Teams and Zoom is something that none of us could have predicted. But what that means is it gives us a flexibility, but also an always-on working culture. I don't know how many of you have Teams on your phone now, have it on your iPad, are able to dial into calls. Some of you may be listening to this right now whilst you're doing something else. Hopefully it's something nice and lovely in the garden on a beautiful day like this. But we're able to work in a much more flexible way. But it does mean that we are always on. And what we've given our students is an insight into home life and family pressures. And there is some emerging research, particularly coming out of the United States, which is beginning to identify these themes. And Jones and Kessler refer to this change as in interaction as the mashup of our lives. And I think that really reflects some of our feelings around how that has affected the relationships we have with our students. And some of you might be able to give some examples, but there was an initial empathy that we were all working in this very new way, in a very challenging, uncertain world. And that's given way now to some hostility. So we're seeing student evaluations say things like, I don't pay £9,000 to have my lecturer have her baby on her lap while she's lecturing. If we take some time to unpack that, there's a lot of things there that wouldn't reflect a compassionate way of working, both for the student and of course for the person who's doing that lecturing. So how did these changes in the way that we're working affect boundaries? And again, this is emerging research, and it's something that I would like to contribute to, because this is based very much on anecdotal feedback and the way that colleagues are sharing their experiences and what we've all seen and observed. So the expectation that we're working professionally, but in unsuitable settings. Many of us work in bedrooms. I'm absolutely privileged to have a space that I can call for work. Lots of my colleagues don't have that. And we work outside. I've been on exam boards as an external, for example, where colleagues are on the phone, on a Teams call, outside in the park because they have no private space to work, or cafes where there's lots of things happening around them. I was on a student experience committee in January, and a student dialed into that who was a student rep from a cafe, from a restaurant where he was out on a date with his girlfriend. So what does that tell us about boundaries? We're communicating with different technologies at rapid pace without clear expectations for how we use them. So we worked in a very urgent way, and we didn't always necessarily take the time to set the expectation about how we do that. One of my particular areas of interest is how staff use WhatsApp groups or WhatsApp with their students. I think 3 years ago, we would have had much harder and faster boundaries around that, and that's changing now. It's absolutely changing now. Often we're responding outside of our expertise and experience, and that links very much to the last point, that it was about crisis management in the early days, and how do we wind that back? How do we stop responding in a way that is immediate, because that urgency was very real and required very real solutions and support to be put in place. So all of these link to boundaries in terms of how we interact with our students. And I think the argument I'm making is that that has not necessarily been for the good. And part of my role, as I said, is to work with colleagues at City University who are beginning their teaching career. And in one of the modules I teach, I ask them to identify some of the barriers for working in a compassionate way with our students, and some of the barriers to compassion or showing compassion for themselves. And here are some of the contributions that they made. And you can see it's very familiar for many of us. What early career teachers are struggling with is not a surprise. But I think it's important to recognise what your experiences may have been over the last 2 years. And I invite you now to consider, how have your interactions with students in whatever context changed in the last 2 years? And what are the advantages of some of these changes? Did they work for you? Very often flexibility has a huge value for many of us who have competing priorities. And have you been able to demonstrate compassion with your students more in the last 2 years, less? Or has this oscillated, which is very much my experience? There was a time in March 2020 where we were all working 10, 15-hour days to make sure our students had what they needed. Of course, there comes a fatigue with that. It's not possible to keep that up. And what things affect that? You know, how do university systems and processes either support or inhibit our ability to be compassionate? So thinking about next steps as I draw this short presentation to a close, this is where I'm thinking, and this is where my emerging research is heading. How can we reset the agenda for compassionate boundaries, particularly in the higher education context? And should we? Do we need to change what has become the status quo? What aspects of what we've done in the last 2 years will we retain? And what is that right balance? How do we maintain boundaries in a way that feels balanced and recognises the need for compassion on both sides? And how do we all think we're going to move forward in the next phase of our work post-pandemic? How can we be post-pandemic when the rates are so high? Everybody knows somebody who's got COVID at the moment. So are we post-pandemic? How does this mean we identify ourselves as we move forward into the next phase of our working lives? So a few references for you there. Please do get in touch if this is something that you would like to talk about further. Follow me on Twitter and I'll be posting some updates. But I would really welcome an opportunity. I can see some things have come through in the chat, which is great. But that's me for now, and really a pleasure to be joining you today. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Jenny, and we'll be back with you shortly as well. I'd like to invite our next speaker to join us, Swan Gibson from the University of Plymouth. Thanks.
Hello, hi Neil, hi Jenny, hi colleagues. Can you see my first slide?
We can, it's just not in presenter mode at the moment. So
okay, thank you. Let me come out of this again, give me a second.
No problem.
Okay, is that better?
Sure, yeah, all good.
Lovely, thanks Neil. Okay, I think we're good to go. Excellent. Right. Well, I think the first thing I want to say is how wonderful it is to be here. I was going to say this afternoon, it's still morning, this morning with you all. And I have to say that the first 3 papers I've listened to this morning all have a connection to some of the themes, some of the key points, and some of the ideas I have in terms of reimagining our future in higher education, reimagining it in the context of it being a more inclusive, effective and richer space for our disabled students. And by so being that richer, more effective space for our disabled students, it's a richer space for all of us. And it can go towards making a bigger impact in terms of our higher education offer, our practices, our outputs, and I think the wider sense of social equality in wider society, nationally, regionally, and internationally as well. So these are big themes, big ideas, and it's wonderful to be here sharing that with you all this morning. And I know from having read some of the various bios and abstracts, I think there's a lot of power in this space today, and I think it would be really important, as I tweeted about it this morning, that we try and make some really important, significant connections with the people in this space and to really take our ideas forward. Jenny, just a key point, I loved your paper around compassion, and I absolutely agree that this is the time now we need to be applying that. We've done that much more over the last couple of years, because I think we've had to, given the situation we were all thrown into. But what we're seeing now is colleagues and schools and subjects really trying to bring that compassion, to retain that compassion in their practices going forward as we move on and hopefully emerge from this pandemic. I just pasted a reference to a paper I wrote with a colleague, Professor Alison Cook-Sather, and we wrote about this idea of politicised compassion, because it's that idea that compassion is more than just being empathetic and listening and responding. It's also about taking that forward to make a difference and to change practices. So I'd really like to invite you to have a look at that. Maybe Jenny and others, if you want to connect after today to talk about this further, let's do that. I'm also on Twitter. Thanks, Jenny. Cheers. And my email address, I'll put it up later. But anyway, 15 minutes is not an awful lot of time, and I'm going to try and give you a whirlwind overview basically of what I'm going to do this morning. So in a nutshell, what I'm going to try and do is give you a flavour of my work and research in this area of disability and widening participation inclusion. And it's really a field that I've been leading on. It's been spanning over the last 15 years. So trying to get 15 years and 15 minutes, I suppose you could say. Anyway, then trying to give you an overview of where we are really with policy today in relation to equality and access or accessibility for our disabled students. Also giving you some insight into ableism in higher education, what that looks like, what that means, and absolutely how it is experienced. Also then looking at the impact of the pandemic in terms of our disabled students' experiences, and that impact has been both a positive one as well as a negative, so looking at that impact. Finally, then the last couple of slides, giving you an overview from my own pilot study, just at the stages of writing up. And I'd like to say a hello to Jen Shute. I think she might be in the room, a phenomenal research assistant who's been working with me on this project for the last, I think 9 months. So thanks, Jen, and I'm looking forward to any questions you might want to submit for this today. Okay, so looking at that research, looking at a seminal report that Disabled Students UK have recently published, and that's going to be feeding into policy shifts, policy change, Department for Education and the Office for Students. So that's one to keep a look at. I will be sending some links at the end so that you can follow up on this, because it's a lot to cover in 15 minutes. And then finally, and this I think connects to the point that Jenny was saying, what do we do next? How do we take this forward? And I think the point I'm trying to raise is this idea of considering the role of the academic as an activist. And in terms of reimagining futures, I think this is a time to start to reimagine our role. How has our role really shifted over the last couple of years? So much has happened in the world. We've seen it in terms of Black Lives Matters. We've seen it in terms of safety for women on the streets. We've seen it in terms of disableism and how that's been impacting. We've seen it in terms of poverty and social injustice in our society. And we're seeing it today, obviously, in the Ukraine as well. So how do we take our particular perspective or position as an inclusive practitioner, which I'm assuming that probably the majority, if not all the people in the room position themselves as being, how do we take that forward in terms of reimagining our futures to be a more socially just one, and to do that in partnership? So that's really what I'm hoping to leave you with, a little, well, a significant flavour of that at the end of my 15 minutes. And as I said earlier, I'll put on my Twitter profile and my email address so you can connect with me as well. Okay, so quick run through then. As I said, the paper is going to give you an overview of my work and pick up on key messages and insights. And those key messages and insights, I have to say, will be mainly from the voices and the views of our disabled students, because that's where the knowledge is, that's where the lived experience is, that's where the power should be in terms of bringing that into the space where the policymakers are, where the practitioners are, and where universities are trying to implement their widening participation schemes and raise their widening participation profiles. Because today, as we know, in terms of Office for Students, in terms of equality legislation, and in terms of how things have shifted over the last 2+ years, we are not a significant or renowned higher education establishment if we are not one that can significantly and truly tick the box of equality and widening participation. Not a tick box exercise, but a genuine, significant practice that makes a difference in terms of widening participation and equity of access. So you'll all be familiar with this. What do we mean when we talk about widening participation? Who are we referring to? Well, according to ARC 2013 and other sources, we're talking about students from lower socioeconomic groups, mature students, ethnic minority groups, vocational, disabled learners, care leavers, and first in the family. And what sort of legislation has led us to implement a widening participation within the HE context? Well, we will be familiar with obviously the Disability Discrimination Act, the Race Relations Amendment Act, Special Educational Needs Disability Act, Disability Equality Duty Act, and the Equality Act 2010. So I just wanted to put those in there because these are significant policy pieces of legislation that in the ideal world would now have resulted in a fully equitable, fully inclusive, fully accessible world employment situation and education system. But we know that's still not the case. So why is that? What are the barriers? What are the blockages? Is it all about unconscious bias? Is it deeper than that? What are the issues and how do we move that forward? Just to give you a little bit of insight then from some research I did 2014 to 2016, this was funded by the Higher Education Academy, and that was looking at student experience in universities in Australia, Cyprus, USA, and also in the UK. And what I've got here are just a couple of citations from these students, just to highlight the fact that even though we have all of these policies in place, even though we have these various legislations, and even though legally we are required to have what's referred to as anticipatory duties and reasonable adjustments and put that into place in advance of our students coming to our universities, still, this was the lived experience of some of our disabled students. And I know it's still the case for many today as well. So why is this not working? What needs to shift? What needs to change? I'd like to just bring you back to really where a lot of the disability rights movement started. And I think I'm going to stop sharing my screen for 2 minutes and Neil is going to put this video on. It's just a minute and a half, but it will just give you a bit of a richer flavour. And I'd like you just to hold on to those points that I've highlighted in red. We need to feel that we belong in this university. Some of us, we don't know our rights. Knowledge is power, we know that. We don't know our rights. Sometimes we feel disconnected. So just hang on to those voices of those students and have a listen to what Judy Human had to say about her lived experience. Judy Human, you'll probably be familiar with her. She's a renowned international disability rights activist and academic, coming from the States, but a lot of these points that she raises applicable internationally. Neil.
Sure, bear with me.
Thank you.
Since childhood, Judy Human has faced ableism, institutionally, socially, and personally. New York's public school system prevented her from enrolling, and she was often bullied or excluded by her own peers. After a lifetime of activism, she is finally seeing a shift in how people with disabilities are viewed and treated. Her book is called Being Human, an unrepentant memoir of a disability rights activist. And she's the star of tonight's Brief but Spectacular.
When I was 5 years old in Brooklyn, New York, on East 38th Street, my mother did what every other parent did when their kid was 5. She took me to school to register me. And this was in the early 1950s. There were no motorized wheelchairs, so she pushed me to school, and it wasn't accessible. She pulled me up the steps, and the principal said I couldn't go to school because I was a fire hazard. I don't really know that there was an explanation. It just was. I think the average person, they see disability as a threat to not being able to do things as people have typically done them. And I think there's truth in that. But the question is it because one has a disability or because society itself has constructed itself in such a way because they haven't seen us? Discrimination against disabled people has existed from the beginning of time. And we're in a place right now where, because of other movements, civil rights movement, the women's movement, the Black Lives Matter movement, etc., people are speaking up and out. One of the
Thanks, Neil. I'm just going to go back to sharing my screen now.
Yeah, bear with me. There you go.
Okay, that's fun. That's great. Thank you. Okay, so speaking up and out. As a disabled academic myself, I have felt the need, particularly over the last couple of years in my research and in my work with my students, with policymakers, with other colleagues from different universities internationally around issues to do with equality, that we have got to speak up and we have got to speak out. And in order to do that in a way that it makes an impact, it's about doing it in collaboration and in partnership, and in a way that challenges those traditional power dynamics that exist. You know what I'm talking about when I talk about critical pedagogy. It's about trying to empower our students to enable others to see that we learn as much from them as they can learn from us if we have that more equitable, collaborative approach in terms of our pedagogy and in terms of our work. So speaking up and speaking out, I think we need to take that message from Judy with us as we go forward with our conversations today and beyond around reimagining our future as an equitable space in higher education. Okay, so how has the pandemic impacted on practices and cultures? And I'm asking that question then in relation to this experience of our disabled students and the issues of ableism. In autumn of last year, I connected with a wonderful colleague by the name of Meta Westander. Now, Meta is the CEO of Disabled Students UK. Disabled Students UK was founded just as the pandemic started. And Meta and I worked with colleagues at Wolverhampton University, and I also had a wonderful visiting research assistant with me at first term of that academic year. And she also comes with a significant background in terms of disability rights and special educational needs. So we decided to do some pilot project looking at the experience of our disabled students from Wolverhampton and from Plymouth, but then also more nationally through the contacts that we had with Meta. What was their experience with regards learning and education during the pandemic? Have there been any significant shifts? Now, this isn't a deep dive of our findings. We're still at the early stages of the write-up at this point in time. But just to give you a taster, really, what were the main themes? What were the main barriers that were arising? For our students, there were issues around funding and financial disparities, accessibility to environment and equipment. I think we've all experienced that, where some students don't have access to the best Wi-Fi. They may live in a rural area. So how do we support those students to make sure they're getting that appropriate access? The administrative burden, and that comes to, that's the issue really about students who have disability students allowance. Because of the impact of the pandemic, many of those students had to go through another series of applications because the nature of their needs had changed now that we were having to learn from home and go all online. So attainment inequality, well-being inequality, social gap, communications, etc. So those were the main themes that have arisen from this pilot project. And I'm just going to give you some citations here again, because as I've said before, I think the power of any of this work when it comes to social justice and equality has got to be about listening to, accessing and empowering the voices of those who are being disempowered or oppressed by whatever the situation or system is. So we've had a couple of students saying about how reasonable adjustments were not being accommodated, and that changed when she made a complaint. And then we've got a situation here where students were talking about how their supervisors and tutors were incredibly supportive. And I know that for most of us in this space and beyond, people have really gone out of their way over the last 2 years and given additional time to support colleagues and students online to get us through this pandemic. But I hope that we can hang on to some of those practices as we move forward. Now, around the time I was doing this pilot project, Meta and her colleagues at Disabled Students UK set up a national study, and they received 326 respondents from 69 HE providers across the UK, which provided incredibly rich data. Now, I'm going to provide you with some links at the end of my presentation so that you can have a look at that. That document went live just last week. Now, I was invited, I was one of 4 people on the panel to present and to support Disabled Students UK in the promotion of the insights provided by that report. Some of them were very rich, some of them were really significant, and I'm just going to give you some key points from the report. Now, this has been published in The Independent. Again, there was a report published on this last week. And what Disabled Students UK found was that only 23.1% of disabled students had received the support they needed over the pandemic, with many saying they felt left behind, alienated and forgotten. And the 6 lessons that they've extracted from their research and are published in that report, this will be going into Office for Students and Department for Education over the next year, and will hopefully feed into some shifts in terms of policy as well. So it's just good to be aware and on it at this early stage and bring it on board into our practices where we can. 6 lessons: take an anticipatory approach, resource staff to provide accessibility, build on positive attitudes, reduce the admin burden, effective leadership delivery, and listening to disabled students. Now, that comes back to the point earlier that Jenny raised, and I think was also came out of the other 2 papers as well. That notion of compassion, that notion of relationship, that notion of empowering, and taking the knowledge that we can extract and develop from those spaces, from those places, taking that forward then in terms of delivering more equitable, effective, progressive practices. And that's a link then that you can, I will take you directly to the report. And again, just to reiterate the point I've already made, is that our pandemic-induced practices have resulted in more equality, but also causing further unjust forms of provision. I think one of the main points around the equality, and this has come out from conversations I've had with Disabled Students UK over the last few months, is that having the learning delivered online, having lectures recorded, meant that many students, because of their particular needs or learning requirements, were able to access the learning at a time and place more conducive to them. So really it's about something as simple as that, and we know that it hasn't had a significant negative impact in terms of effective teaching and learning in the universities. Okay, so the underlying areas that came to the fore throughout both studies, okay, this is really just trying to extract the key points, and actually just before I do that, I think the one thing I want to note about this DS UK report that I mentioned a minute ago, I mean, it is a seminal report, and potentially it is a game changer in its review of HE inclusive provision. So any of you involved in widening participation policy and practice across your university, please have a look at it, please access it, follow Disabled Students UK online. They're on Twitter, they have a large following, and they are growing. And as I've said, I think there is some significant momentum happening, because you've got this. You've also got developments with Disabled Students Alliance, the work that Lord Chris Holmes has been doing recently, and I've also fed into that. That's going to shift in terms of delivering and providing students with access to funding that should be rightfully theirs. So things are moving forward, and it just seems to be that with this momentum, if we can all be familiar with it, if we can all engage with it and bring it into our spaces in dialogue, etc., then that's all adding towards our shifting role as academics in being activists, as well as realisers of inclusion. Okay, so the key message that really came across from both my pilot study and this much more larger study that Disabled Students UK have done. This idea of consistent, proactive communication, having conversations, again connects with other points that have already been raised this morning. Disability support services being accessible and consistent in their communications. Now, I've got Plymouth Uni here because I have to wave my own flag. Disabled Students UK, feedback they got from their national study, there was a lot of positive feedback in terms of the support of Plymouth University's student services and how they were responding to our disabled students. So 1 or 2 key examples of good practice there. Again, time-wise, I'm not going to talk about it here, but I'm happy to share with anyone who would like to know more, and also introduce you to some of our colleagues there. So again, the importance of university systems reaching out to students, not expecting or waiting for them to come to us, checking in on them, making sure that they are connected, they know what their rights are, and getting access to their learning. Higher education providers have become more equipped to deliver online. Compassion, again, that term, compassion and involvement in students in decision making. And what I've got there in red, these are citations directly from Disabled Students' report. So these are coming from, this is empirical research that they have done, analysis from feedback from students, having conversations, academic rigor, still maintaining that, with online learning. Students who had proactively been connected with their university, 3.3 times less likely to consider leaving. Mental health, we know that's become an increasing area of need right now. We've got to be connecting to that as well. And issues of community and compassion again. I think I've already made the point. I think academic can also mean activist. And I think that when we're reimagining our futures and our practices and our policies and our provision, maybe we should also be reimagining the very nature of our role as academics. If we position ourselves as inclusive, critical pedagogues who want to reimagine the future and make it a more social, just place, by that very point, we can be positioned and perhaps should be positioned as activists as well as academics. We need to grow our collaborations, grow our partnerships, and empower those that are living through those experiences of injustice and social inequality, because that's where the knowledge is, and that's what we need to be listening to. Some examples of how we can do that, I think I've already mentioned a couple. It's about partnering up. We can partner up with our students in terms of the pedagogy that we apply. We can partner up with those that we're involved in with knowledge exchange. We partner up, of course we do, in terms of our research. And hi to Matt, who's in the audience from CIHE in Australia, who I also am partnered up with. That's the Centre for Equality and Equity in Higher Education. They are doing some really significant international work, and I recommend that you connect to them as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put some web pages for you to follow up with, but I think I probably need to end at this point. So thank you very much. And here's to some activism.
Thank you so much, Swan. I would like to invite our other speakers to join us, our first speakers. So Helen, Jenny, Biodun, and Swan, you're there, and Martha and Zoe, I'll hand over to you to start with.
Thank you, Neil. Yeah, just wanted to say thank you to Helen, Biodun, Jenny, and Swan for, really thought-provoking presentations. I know we've got some questions in the chat box that Neil will kind of pull out, but I wanted to start with one of my own. So I feel like a theme that I was picking up throughout your presentations is trying to potentially address the kind of the tensions of power between the academy and students. So as researchers, as representatives of the universities and kind of being in that position of power, what are the challenges and the opportunities that you found in engaging with student voice? And that's to all of you, so feel free to jump in.
Yeah, I've got a few thoughts, if that's all right. So I think in my sort of legal education area, I have some really quite established power structures that can make it very difficult to actually engage with someone in a positive way about the content. So, I'll just name the problem. Young black men like me are rounded up and detained and given all sorts of disproportionate criminal penalties all the time. When I go in front of a group of young men who look like me and say law is something that can be used to protect you, they simply don't believe me from the outset. So one of the things that I have really had to think about as an educator is how I use and build upon people's existing experiences of some of the power structures I'm talking about, so that I can say to them, yes, I see that for you, law is not justice. This is how we can take that into the real world and the praxis of how you go about and change that so that you can feel meaningfully empowered with legal skills and ideas rather than oppressed by them. So the lived experience of the sorts of things I'm talking about are problems and barriers for me as an educator.
I wonder, is it all right if I kind of link it to some of the questions as well? I'm responding to that, Zoe. So the first question that's in the chat is about why these students were treated so badly by security and denied food deliveries and stuff. So this also obviously kind of closely relates to that sense of the power that they have, and the way that the power is kind of within a particular structure. So you might look at one individual security guard or something else, but it's within the entire logic of how the system has been set up for the student accommodation and how all of that works. All the issues around that kind of like the cops off campus stuff. There were some specific kind of racist incidents related to the rent strikes protests, particularly I think in Manchester, but possibly elsewhere as well. But all of that is so much within the broader kind of structure of how the whole thing is operating. So I think what the pandemic did, and what, as Martha mentioned right at the beginning, it exposed already existing inequalities, and it just kind of really laid bare the ways in which the university accommodation system, for example, operates, and raised other inequalities that are operating around that. So then in the way that students attempted to respond to it, that sort of growing realization by them of how they're part of something much, much bigger. It's not just about their own personal relationship with their landlord. It's all part of something much bigger, I guess, is the kind of key issue there around how the power operates. So another kind of key point I think in relation to that is how the inequalities also operated within the rent strike kind of movement. So one of them was saying, like everything else like this, it's the women, it's the people of color, it's the LGBTQ plus people who get involved in this. And they particularly described it as care work, the work that they're doing. They're doing care work on behalf of their fellow students, which I think really resonates with the work of Sarah Ahmed, which Suran might be useful in relation to your work, like if you've seen her stuff around complaints.
Sorry, just that citation, Helen, I'm sure you've used it in your work and your writing, which she writes about pushing against the flow. And I think a lot of the work that we've been talking about, as you've been speaking about, it's that idea of finding ourselves in this field, in this space, when we're trying to connect and make change happen, that we are regularly pushing against the flow, the dominant flow, in terms of traditional hierarchical ways of doing and being, things that reinforce oppression. Apologies, Helen, please carry on.
Well, I don't actually, maybe I move on to the next question. So there was a really good question from Al Karim about Spivak's work, Can the Subaltern Speak? And so for me, in reading that, I think that's really helpful to look at in relation to this. And the thing that it particularly made me think about was the role of the student unions in relation to the rent strikes. So there was quite a lot of variation in how that worked. So in some cases, student unions were very supportive of the rent strikes, but in other cases, the student unions totally didn't support the rent strikes, and the universities had close relationships with the student unions. So in a number of cases across the country, there seems to be definitely a case of student unions being kind of very much co-opted by management. So I think that really kind of speaks to that, to Spivak's ideas of how once people kind of get into the student union, they get closer and closer to management, they lose their touch with the original kind of social justice issues maybe that they were fighting for. So that's actually currently something that Biodun and I were talking about some time ago. So I don't know if you want to comment at all about student unions, but I think there's something important there about how campaigns can be kind of co-opted and then lose what it is that they're trying to do, which I guess also then comes back again to what you were saying, Zoe, about power. And then finally, I think, I do want to come back to my last slide about the hope bit, because I think there was, so like these students, the main thing that we're kind of focusing on in this particular article we're drafting is the students learning. And so maybe this will goes forward into the future in some way as a theme of the conference for the educational future. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Suran, Jenny?
Yeah, can I just jump in? I think Helen has covered a lot of really pertinent key points there, I think, and other colleagues as well, around the whole issues about power and how we deconstruct that. I mean, we've talked, or I've mentioned already, the importance of critical pedagogy and empowerment and collaboration and partnership. But the question I think that's coming out, and the question that was asked earlier, is that's all well and good, but how do we actually make it happen? And I think it doesn't happen by just doing one thing. It's about lots of different practices and lots of different ways of how and where collaboration and effective communication can be experienced and observed. Now, in terms of just an example of how I'm actually doing it, I'm working with Meta, Westander, and some students from Disabled Students UK, and we're currently working on a piece for The Conversation, along with a colleague at Birmingham University, Dr. Francesca, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce her second name because I always get it wrong, but I can give you her details if you would like. But that's about working in collaboration, writing a piece that will hopefully make an impact and be read by people in the practice field of education, as well as the political field of education, the policy field of education. But I think it's about doing things in collaboration with our students. So I'm working with students doing that. I'm also writing a piece for a special edition of the journal, and that's being edited by Professor Alison Cook-Sather. Now, those of you who are familiar with the world of student partnership will know Alison's work, be aware of her name. So this piece I'm doing, it's a political poem. And the idea is that we have got disabled academics, like myself and others, and also allies, all sharing 3 or 4 lines about their experiences of education and equality, and the impact that partnering up with an academic had in terms of empowering those students, and also the impact for the academic of being empowered by partnering up with those students rather. So it's about promoting then that work, making it clear, normalizing it, sort of showing that, okay, academics, we write great 4-star papers, we do international research with various academics, but we also do have significant outputs with our students. And I think the more that becomes normalized as a part of our day-to-day practice, the more it then becomes visualized and perceived. And I think that has a subtle but effective way of empowering our students and challenging that power dynamic that exists. So it's about trying to reach out to, and I'm not going to use the term leveling up because it's not about that, it's about reaching out to bring up and empower those students so that they can engage with us and have those voices heard, really. So it's yeah, and I think it's also just about being sensitive to it. And I think we've talked about compassion, and we've talked about the changing nature of the academic role over the last 2 years. And I think most academics, most educators will work in sensitive, compassionate ways with their students. And that in itself can enable us also to empower our students, because we then become familiar with where they are and what their needs are, and how we can shift practices to really empower. But yeah, I think that it's a key point. You know, if we want to do this, how do we get past that barrier? I think by talking about it is also a key way forward. So having those conversations. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just come in there. I'm conscious of time, Zoe, so do cut me off if you need to. But I think there's also something about being bolder than that. I think it's about us as academics recognizing that the power imbalance benefits us. We wouldn't be in this position if it didn't, and so we're much less likely to engage in activities that are going to change that power imbalance, because we like it. We like to use our titles. We like to talk about what we've published. We like to talk about how well we've done in this system, and it reinforces the power dynamic over and over and over again. And if we don't want that, then we have to put our money where our mouth is and not stand at the edges and say, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, but take up some of those difficult roles in universities, which are directors of teaching and learning, heads of department. They are leadership roles, which mean that you can affect real change. But actually, it's much easier for us to sit in rooms like this and say, you know, let's put the emphasis on the student's very limited in what they can do. And actually we hold a huge amount of power, and some of us don't use it as confidently or as bravely as we could. And I think part of being compassionate is showing up, bringing your full self into the space, and recognizing that we all hold a huge amount of power in the academy and we like it. So if we do want things to fundamentally change, we can't keep positioning ourselves as opposing like university management. We have to get in there to make some of those changes that mean the next generation of students have a better experience. That may not be everybody's perspective, I take that, but I just thought I'd finish with that.
Thank you, Jen. Neil, I know there's a few questions in the chat as well that we can just finish up on. Thank you.
There are. So we'll start with Gavin's question and we'll roll this out for everyone. Where are we in terms of social justice, in terms of the Convention on the Rights of the Child in Neurodiversity for Children today in the UK?
If I could, Neil, I did have some thoughts on that. So at present, there's an exchange between a UN committee which has been set up to look at the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the UK's compliance of it, and the Department for Education, who are the respondents to that. And essentially there's a process that's periodic that goes on every 5 years or so, where the UK has to say where it is with these things. I've seen an advanced copy because I'm part of a task force looking at this, and I'm quite ashamed. I think despite the fact that we had record low levels of footfall in UK schools across the last 2 academic years, we still had 71,000 children in Northern Ireland subjected to some kind of restraint or some kind of repositioning and seclusion within a school environment, who had some kind of cognitive or psychosocial learning difficulty. And they don't even collect the data for the children who are subject to these outcomes in all of the other jurisdictions of the UK. There are loads of other manifestations, particularly a sort of line that heavily summarised looks like a child with some kind of cognitive or special educational need is said to be difficult, not being able to be managed by the teacher, is then subject to various penalties, which results in the end cumulatively in exclusion, and then they end up in alternative provision, etc. This again is something that the UK has been criticised for, but doesn't really seem to have made significant sort of improvements over the last couple of years. And I'll drop a little blog where I'll talk a little bit further about some of the experiences of children who are subject to these penalties. My conclusion, I think we're in quite a terrible state that hasn't really improved over the last few years, and is still happening in some really quite troubling ways despite the pandemic and despite the fact that you think that things might be a bit different.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to jump in there? Okay, we'll move on to our next question. A question from Matt for Swan. Love your work. Issues of disclosure in relation to disability is a strong theme in relation to equity and disability in higher education in Australia. How do we navigate and support university systems to do the reaching out when sometimes the folks involved are often situated within deficit and pathologizing discourses? Pathologizing, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Neil, and thanks, Matt. How are you? Great to have you in this space. It must be late with you over there. Matt hails from Newcastle in New South Wales, so I'm guessing it's probably, well, you should probably be heading towards pajama time by now. But anyway, it's great that you're here, so thank you. Yeah, how do we shift that? I mean, it sort of, in a way, it kind of connects to the international scholarship I had from the Higher Education Academy a few years back, and what I observed there, I thought one university I spent time at, it was in New Zealand, and what I observed at that university was a very visual representation on that campus to do with disability rights. There were a lot of posters or screens with references to the support of disabled student services, with references to mentors who could support students who may wanted to explore disclosure, different suggestions again on sort of visual representation within the library, just a lot. And I think maybe it's well, arguably to do with New Zealand's connection to its treaty around diversity and wanting to be about equality and social justice. But I did feel that there was more of a culture in that space where diversity was being represented and where there were opportunities and options for disabled students to hook into, to link into, in terms of finding their way through what can be quite a maze when it comes to a system of support. I also think these are just sort of practices which I think most people in this space probably deliver on. But when you have your first session induction week with students, having some of your student reps talk about the ways in which the student services operate to support students, and reminding students that, you know, if they have dyslexia or if they have a learning need, or if they suspect they may have a disability, that they can find out information from X, Y, and Z, giving them the name of a person to follow up with, making that sort of information more readily available on our websites and on our program handbooks as well, so that it becomes, again, a normal part of the regular information that we are giving to our students coming into the university and our current students that are here and registered. Because I think it's about that accessibility and ways forward, because it is a question, it is a concern that a lot of students don't know their rights. A lot of students don't know the way in which the system operates, and many students may be unsure and not feel very positive about wanting to push and have an assessment perhaps for disabled students allowance. So it's really about, I think, bringing that into the space, talking about it openly, and working in collaboration again with our student reps and our disabled student services or our student services to make sure that that level of support is getting out there. I don't know, do any other panelists have any other thoughts on that, or any other speakers have thoughts on that?
That sounds like that's all summed up nicely. Thank you so much, Suan. Is there anything that anyone... Oh, sorry.
I think somebody else was going to say something. Sorry, Neil.
No, Neil, it was me. It was Nikki. Just very, very briefly. Absolutely loved everything that you're saying, Suan. And we've actually done quite a lot of work as well here on universal design for learning. And the particularly important thing we found is about joined up information. And Zoe's written a really good paper about this, which she said nothing about. But I've put some links in the chat for some of the stuff that we've done here. And we're all on the same page, effectively, I'd say. Thank you. It's great.
Thanks, Nikki. That is all the time we've got left. Zoe, I'll hand over to you to summarise this session, and then we will go for a quick break.
Thank you, Neil. Yeah, just lots to think about, lots of thought-provoking questions, which I think is a perfect way to end a session. I hope everybody enjoys the break, and see you for round 2.
Hello, I just want to check that you can see my screen, yes?
We can.
Okay, I'm not actually on the first slide. I don't know what I've done. Let me see if I can go backwards. Sorry, I can't move it about. I don't know what's going on here. I might just share it again, actually. I'm at the beginning now, sorry. Okay, I'm petrified of sharing my screen, and I'm always determined it's not going to work, and I always have little blips, and there's one of my normal little blips. So what I'm going to talk about today is the response that we made very quickly and very urgently in terms of the pandemic hitting pupils in school, particularly focusing on the needs of autistic pupils. And I'm going to think about what we did in terms of a research community at the beginning of the lockdown, and thinking about going back into school at the end of it. So the group that should be presenting today, 2 of us are here. It's Barbara Peacock and I wrote this paper. Barbara is a senior leader in social services with responsibility for children and adult services at the time of writing, and works a lot on the SEND agenda. And I used to be a special schools teacher, but I'm just really a researcher now. There's a bit of a distant past when I was a special school teacher, but luckily for us, Justin, who isn't a co-author on the paper, but is here for the presentation, at the time of the pandemic, was teaching in a special school and is a senior leader in a special school, so has some of that wisdom and insight from the coal face, if you like. Okay, so it was developed at the start of the pandemic, and we did emphasize that transition back into school wasn't at the top of the priority list, but obviously it's going to be at the top of the priority list now. And as this conference is very much about looking forward, we think about that at the end of this presentation. So what happened was Barbara and I got together with a group of autistic families, either autistic parents with autistic children or non-autistic parents with autistic children, and cobbled together very quickly some guidance which we thought would help families who were suddenly plunged into this unprecedented situation, as was the rest of the world. I contacted Glenys Jones at the University of Birmingham, who is the editor of Good Autism Practice, which is very much a practitioner-focused journal. And I said, oh, we've done this. And she said, right, I want to publish it straight away because sometimes it's urgent. So this isn't the most rigorously researched and theorized piece of work, but it fulfilled an urgent need at the time. I put the paper in the chat, and I've also put another paper in the chat, which is on a similar theme, but aimed at university students who are autistic, because they were in just as much chaos as everybody else, because everything happened really suddenly. So we responded suddenly with at the forefront our sort of social justice agenda, rather than whether this was a referable paper which would raise our status as academics. That wasn't anything that we were in the least bit remotely bothered about. So 6 families were involved, and I've just told you about our backgrounds, Barbara, Justin and myself. And Justin could chip in at any moment because he's actually here, but he's got a bit of a husky voice because he's not very well. So out of the guidance, you can read the paper at your leisure. There's a little bit of a blurb at the beginning and a little bit of a blurb at the end. But the main thing is that we developed guidance which was completely focused on well-being and coping rather than anything else, rather than getting on with your academic work and all that sort of thing. Because when you think about what was happening, that sort of schoolwork was not necessarily at the top of the priority list of families who may have an autistic child at home, other children at home, every other family pressure that other people are experiencing as well, like inadequate housing, no outdoor space, digital poverty, all trying to, with competing needs, trying to carry on working from home, with multiple children studying from home, or huddled around one mobile phone, for example. All those sort of things were happening at once. So our guidance was all about well-being, and the constant refrain all through it was the well-being of the whole family is more important than anything else. So these are just some highlights from our guidance, really. We tried not to be patronising. We just tried to be really, really calm, because good autism practice is about calmness and reliability. We did another piece of work where we came up with an acronym around good autism practice, which I think works for absolutely everything else you can possibly imagine as well. And the acronym was REAL, that things should be reliable, i.e. systems work, people do what they say they're going to do. Empathic, i.e. you see the world through the eyes of the person in receipt of whatever service it is. So, you know, we know that if you empathise with an autistic person who is likely to have a high degree of anxiety around change, you know that the pandemic is going to chuck them into an absolute spin, possibly. Provision should be anticipatory, so you anticipate what could cause problems, or what could create an environment which is really conducive to flourishing. And you put in place those conditions at the beginning rather than retrofitting them later, and that things should be logical. So all these communications are logical, etc. And if you look at the pandemic, it was the opposite of all that. You know, it was unpredictable. People just didn't know what was going to happen, etc., etc. So we looked at what good autism practice was. We looked at what the pandemic was doing and thought, where's that space in between to keep things as calm as possible? And for us, it was just this guidance, really. And the first thing we said, the top priority is to keep things as calm as possible for the whole household. Because if there's an autistic child in the family, that's not the only child in the family very often, and everybody's needs have to be met. And the next thing we said was lower your expectations around schoolwork. You know, just it doesn't matter if it doesn't all happen exactly as it would have happened in the classroom, because quite honestly, that is completely impossible. And it was like giving permission to say, lower your expectations because you can't do it all. And we actually said exactly the same thing to students. And then made some very tangible suggestions, like it would be really good to identify a specific area in the house for schoolwork. Obviously, only works if your house doesn't consist of 2 rooms with 8 people in those 2 rooms, for example. But these were the sort of things we were trying to help families to think about putting in place. And one thing we said actually in the guidance, it's not all on here, was might be a good idea for the child to wear their school sweatshirt when they're doing their schoolwork to try and create some kind of context. We also talked about time and place to de-stress, because you can't suddenly stick a child in front of a computer for the whole length of the school day and expect that to be a productive experience. That's just going to work. And we were talking about involving the whole family in creating this new routine. And very often autistic children will benefit from visual timetables, for example. But again, making the point, the visual timetable can't be a 9 a.m. to 3:30 engagement with schoolwork, because a child's attention span to a whole new thing online is not going to work like that. And when Justin comes in, he'll talk about, meanwhile, what's going on in the background at the other end, at the school end. But then schools had to be mindful of things like digital poverty, lack of internet access and everything else. And there was work going on in the background, trying to equip families with resources to enable them to engage. We talked about using project-based activity around special interest. And we were saying, you know, there's more than one way to learn. And autistic children very often have particular special interests, which bring them great joy. And you have a real motivator there immediately around learning and also around de-stressing. But we've done other bits of research with autistic children in schools. And if you give a child a really mind-numbingly boring activity that they hate to do for 20 minutes with the promise of a 2-minute reward around their special interest, that's not very productive, really. It's much better for the activity to coalesce around the special interest. And if it's something like Lego, you can do a lot with Lego in lots of different curriculum areas. And just reassuring parents, if learning feels a bit passive, it doesn't really matter, because, you know, there was all the sort of BBC bite-sized learning things that kids were engaging with. And sometimes a child who's used to interacting in a classroom is now interacting in 2 dimensions with their teacher on a screen. And you might find that they just zone out a bit and they can't just make that transition from something completely different. So maybe could become a bit passive. And just this thing, formal learning can't be sustained through the whole day, just can't. We were aware that children and families would be anxious, and those who were really interested in what was going on in the news, or anxious enough to feel that they had to watch the news all the time. Just thinking about how to manage that situation and thinking about maybe controlled access to the news, so you don't have to turn it on every 30 seconds or have it on in the background, but also explaining to autistic people that everyone is in this situation. It's not something that's just happened to them, because it's a good autism practice is about saying it, not implying it. So it's, you know, it's simple. All this is incredibly simple. None of it is rocket science. It's possible that parents will find themselves burdened by excessive bureaucratic demands alongside trying to support the autistic person at home. This is directly from the guidance. Various agencies involved may not realise that this is happening. It might be necessary to paint a joined up picture for them and suggest ways they might work together more effectively in order to take the pressure off the family. Because pre-pandemic, a child with an education and healthcare plan would have services from various agencies which were part of a joined up plan. That's good practice in education and healthcare plans and so on. And you know, in the real world, that practice is variable. But it may be that different agencies are sort of coming at the parents separately, or, and I think that Justin will corroborate this, agencies who are really overstretched have sort of melted away into the background because they've got a million other things that they're doing, which really placed a lot of the onus on the school. But if the agencies are not working together, they may be overburdening the parents, and the parents may feel disempowered about saying so, because a lot of parents just felt really grateful for the services they got in such an unprecedented situation, but trying to throw the power back onto the parents and saying, tell them, you know, that's that sort of thing. So all these considerations, access to pressurized specialist services. And I'm thinking, for example, when I used to work in a special school with children with very profound physical impairments, we had these wheelchairs called shapeable matrices, and they had to be altered every 3 months as the child grew. They were real state of the art in the 1980s, you know, made up of a series of cogs, and occupational therapists used to alter them every 3 months. So those kids grow, don't they? They might have grown out of their shoes, you know, all those sort of considerations. If a family can't get out, and you know, and agencies aren't coming in, those sort of things can be real issues. And this growing out of shoes was a that Barbara picked up on with her social worker hat on. Thinking about how to help families in a crisis, because we talk about the autistic person being anxious, everybody's going to be anxious. And this thing about the whole thing about pressure on the whole family, families in poor housing, in poverty, balancing work and homeschooling, accessing community-based services such as food banks, etc., etc. And the intersectionality of all these different factors are obviously part of the experience to be considered. And you think, well, which is the agency that is taking a lead here? And there were very many schools who were also operating as food banks, of course. So then thinking about transitions back, transitions for autistic people can be really stressful at the best of times. So the kids are going back into schools and they just look different from how they looked when they were left. When they left at the start of the pandemic, particularly if people are wearing masks, if the classrooms are reconfigured for social distancing, etc. So things like preparation days are really important, and also using things like social stories and photographs so that the children get a sense of, it might look a bit different, you know, your teacher might have a mask on, they're still your teacher, that sort of thing, just thinking about it in a very, very person-centered way. And one of our participants said that they felt very disrupted by the school because although social, and this wasn't just in school, obviously, although social stories explaining what's going to happen were available, they sometimes arrived because the teachers were so busy at 10 o'clock the night before, there wasn't enough preparation time to talk through that with the child. And then, of course, some kids went back to school, but they went to a new school post-pandemic. So all that preparation was incredibly important to consider. So that's a very, very brief gallop through a few of the key points in the paper, and I'm going to get Justin. Justin's around now. He can tell you what it was like in the real world. If you're not too croaky to actually speak, Justin, but that's the sort of thing we were doing anyway.
Yeah, I think the guidance is really useful for us in terms of some of the key points to share with parents, and just kind of going through what the kind of focus of home learning was whenever we were interacting with them. I think something that was quite key and quite vital was this idea of it's not normality, like we're not trying to replicate the school day at home. And for a lot of our learners, it was very challenging for them to sort of understand the difference between a school space and a home space. So quite often even homework has been a problem in the past for sort of people's completing work, because they say home was a chill out space, a kind of safe space where they don't have that kind of high pressure demand on them, and school was that place where they kind of, you know, sort of hunkered down and did their work. So, you know, there was this kind of idea of, like Nikki was saying, about putting on your uniform, creating a visual timetable. That kind of element worked for some pupils, and for others it just didn't work. So we had to give parents and guardians and carers the freedom to say, do you know what, actually it's okay. And a lot of the support that we provided actually became part of that kind of multi-agency approach of, we're going to help you replicate what we do in school at home. And we were quite lucky at the Eden Academy Trust. We employ all of our own therapists. So we were able to give a joint up approach from occupational therapy, speech and language therapy, and all these different kind of sectors to say, okay, we're going to empower you as parents to do the job that we do during the day at school, to make sure that, you know, our children's physio wasn't being missed out, the occupational therapy wasn't being missed out. And that was kind of the approach that we took. And we said, you know what, that's what's important right now. You know, learning ABC or getting your numbers in order, like that can wait. We can do that. We can pick that up again when we come back into school, but making sure that their primary need is met, that's where we put our emphasis on. I think that, you know, from speaking to colleagues in other areas and maybe in sort of local authority schools where we didn't have that benefit of joint up working, we saw those services completely fizzle out. So it was kind of left up to the school to be the only kind of person that was making a connection with those children at home, which was a really challenging situation for a lot of people. I think in terms of the return to school, that has been, it's presented so many different challenges in so many different ways. I mean, we work with learners all the way from kind of profound and multiple learning difficulties all the way up to moderate learning difficulties. And I'm currently working now within mainstream with special educational needs, so sort of moderate and mainstream ability pupils, if that makes sense. And we still have pupils who haven't returned to school fully, or who find this process of kind of readjusting back to what we're trying to say is normal, but it's not, because we've still got a pandemic going on in the background. We've still got teachers and pupils out constantly. So nothing has quite returned to normal. And that's quite challenging whenever we're trying to create consistency for our pupils. So yeah, those are the kind of the main points that I've kind of picked up on. And I think, you know, this guidance was really helpful. I think none of us expected it to be something that would still be useful 2 years on, you know, and that's, so yeah.
Thank you. And I think those of you who work in the higher education sector, it's probably worth looking at the guidance for students, which was really about that thing that the universities had to really jump to it in a massively urgent way, straight away, with no run-in. So if a student then didn't know what was happening, which was absolutely completely understandable, they might then think, oh, I'll sort it out, I'll find out, and then phone multiple people, for example. And if you phone multiple people, you'll get multiple answers, and there will be contradictions. So we suggested, for example, that students worked with a named individual rather than, you know, phoned like their course director, somebody in the disability services, somebody else, just to try and find out what was going on. And also that the university web pages had really joined up non-contradictory information, and the web page could be the first port of call, but the web page had to really make perfect sense. And the other thing we observed with students was some people, for example, would have a specialist mentor who was not part of the university staff, was part of another agency, and through Disabled Students Allowance was attached to the student, if you like, rather than the university. So if the mentors didn't know what the university was doing, it was really hard for them to advise the student. So we recommended things like a three-way conversation that the student could instigate between the named person at the university who knew what was happening internally, the mentor who was supporting the student to navigate the systems, and obviously with the student at the heart of the process. So it was always about trying to simplify communications, and that message, lower your expectations. You can't be as productive as you were before the pandemic. it just went through everything at the university level as well as all through the school level. And at school, it obviously applied to parents and carers as well as it did to pupils, because the stress that they would be under as well. So I think we're sort of out of time, I think, really. 1 minute over. So thanks, Justin, for joining in when you're not very well.
No worries. I'll see you in the questions.
Thank you both. We will see you shortly for the questions. I'd like to invite our next speaker to join us. So we've got Dr. Victoria Bamsey from the University of Plymouth. Victoria, over to you. Oh, you're just on mute there.
Thank you very much, Neil. So I'll just share my PowerPoint with you and hopefully you can all see this. Let's make it on full screen. I did have a technical blip earlier today where my screen just went complete blank and I had to actually shut down everything and restart my computer. So I really hope that doesn't happen halfway through my presentation right now. Actually, this builds really nicely on Nicola's discussions just now. It's focused on a similar aspect. So my presentation today is talking about a project that focused on enabling learning at home for children with special educational needs, particularly children with autism. It came about because of some work that we're doing with Taylor's University in Malaysia and their particular need for supporting home learning for children with autism. Very different cultural context to us, of course, and for them, inclusive education is quite new in Malaysia. It's been recognised as recently as 2019 that there was a need for an inclusive education policy in Malaysia. So that's how recent the whole conversation is, and the need to include children with all sorts of additional needs within the educational system. And when COVID happened, these children suddenly had nothing. So they've gone from having several years of being included in education to being at home with their families and not having any support. So unlike many of our schools in the UK, where our schools tried really hard to work with families and to send learning home, that wasn't happening in Malaysia. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about the project that we embarked on together and our findings. So essentially this paper reports on the findings of that international research project, and it was in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. But what I'm doing here today is trying to, based on that project, is to question the future of education by considering how families with children with special educational needs can effectively educate at home. So to think about what factors are at play and what support can be provided, but also how policy might respond to these developments in terms of questioning inclusive education. So our project, as I've already said, was in collaboration with our colleagues at Taylor's University in Malaysia, but we also work with 3 educational settings, so 2 in Malaysia and 1 in the UK, 14 practitioners, 11 parents and 6 children with autism. And through a design-based approach to research, we set about, first of all, finding out what the needs were of these families who found themselves at home, trying to support their children's learning during lockdown. And from that, we've developed a pack of resources that we thought might help to engage them in that education, to empower families to feel more in control of what was happening at home and to feel more confident into supporting the children, for the parents to support the children, but for the children to also feel more confident in themselves in their learning. This process of research was conducted with a critical eye to the international meaning and practices of inclusive education, as I've already started to indicate. And yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll move on to the next slide, because it's easy for me to talk and not move my slides on. So yeah, so what I was trying to do here is, it was about that partnership working with our colleagues in Malaysia. We wanted to develop the sustainable international partnerships. And so the research came from them. They came to us and said, this is what we would like you to support us with. It was about that home learning for children with autism, but it was also about repositioning home learning as part of the inclusive education debate. So this image here is taken from, as you can say, UNESCO. It shows, it gives a snapshot of the impact of COVID on schools at the start of the pandemic. So it highlights just how widespread school closures have been across the world. And by November 21, more than 168 million children globally had been affected by schools that were closed for almost a year. So this is a significant amount of time. And in Malaysia, the children there, their lockdown was very controlled. We were working with these families in sort of May time, mostly. So it was most May to July period of 2021. And they've been in a really strict lockdown since January, where children under the age of 12 were not allowed to leave the home. So children under the age of 12 had been in the home since January. And you can imagine the impact I've had on those families, where you have families who are trying to continue working from home if they can do. They're thinking about their own well-being. They're trying to keep the house running. And they're also trying to support their child's education. And then when you throw into that mix children with special educational needs, and Nicola highlighted what those needs might be in terms of that transition, that change, the support they need, the need for purposeful activity, and so on. It created a real challenge. So the COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on children's learning. It's impacted on their expected chronological levels of attainment and progression. The Education Endowment Foundation suggested that an attainment gap between disadvantaged children and their peers in England alone would be by as much as 36% during the pandemic. For children with special educational needs, the picture's not as clear, because some research reports that lockdown has improved cognition and language skills for children with autism, but their social and emotional skills have worsened. So that was an interesting aspect of learning for us to consider. And I've already talked about how the support for families with children with autism during lockdown in both England and Malaysia has varied. It varies depending on the educational setting that their child attended. It depends on the services that they're accessing. It depends on their locality, their cultural issues, and it depends on that familial habitus, the knowledge, the experience, the culture, the resources that family might have themselves. So consequently, the educational tools and the resources needed at home have also varied, both during the school lockdowns or closures and since. And these matters have all contributed to the international concerns regarding the changing place and impacts of inclusive education. I think another thing I just wanted to show you today and to just start thinking about is the context of inclusive education. So not just within COVID, but to question what inclusive education is. So of course, inclusive education emerged from the international disability rights and other related equality movements sort of in the 1980s and 90s. And it places its emphasis and practice, therefore, on those human rights, on equality. And we wanted to provide a resource, therefore, that would support home learning and address these concerns. And we were also interested in exploring notions of inclusive education outside of the classroom. If you just do a quick Google search on inclusive education, the images that come up are all of children in classrooms. And I think what COVID has brought to the debate is actually education doesn't just take place in classrooms. Education takes place in the community, in the home. It takes place outside of the school gates. So therefore, should not inclusive education consider these different spaces and places for learning? So when children with special educational needs are educated within mainstream schooling, they're expected to fit into that system of education that develops chronologically. And it's designed to cover an academic core curriculum content. But a principal concern when we think about inclusive education is how that might contribute towards social injustice, because it can limit access to a suitable education. Such a system positions children with special educational needs as deficit, as not being able to meet expected learning outcomes. And it may not value children's capabilities, as therefore is not inclusive of children who have needs that sit outside of that curriculum. Needs where small developmental steps need to be supported and celebrated. And indeed, in the UK, we think about 4 broad areas of need for children with special educational needs. So we think about communication, interaction, we think about cognition and learning, social, emotional, mental health, and sensory or physical needs. So our argument is that by empowering families and children with special educational needs to direct their own learning within those domains of learning rather than the core national curriculum, then attitudes to learning can shift to prioritise the child rather than the system. So our research approach, as I said, followed a design-based research approach. It's cyclical, so we set out to first of all identify the needs of these families, and based on that initial evaluation, both of the literature and the feedback from our participants, to develop a resource that would support their home learning and to implement that with families. And then to sort of go back to those families and ask them questions, you know, how has this resource supported your home learning? How has it empowered you to support your child in their education? And how has it improved both your confidence as a parent, but also the confidence of the children? So this presentation focuses very much on the first cycle of our research. It's a pilot project, and it forms the basis for developing home learning as part of a evolving philosophy and practice of inclusive education. And at the end of this session, I'll talk a little bit more about what we're doing next, the next cycle, I suppose, of our design-based research project. So in our needs analysis stage of the approach, the key elements which came out of that baseline assessment was a need to provide a resource for home learning that was affordable and that would take into account the time and resource available of these families who were also trying to work from home in some case, to incorporate their learning into their daily lives, as you can see some of the quotations from participants there, but to support learning across those 4 areas of need. And that's not excluding the curriculum content which a school might have, but to complement it. What I want to do now is that on these slides, I've put some screenshots of some of our resources, but I think it might be more helpful for you if I actually stop sharing here and show you our online resources so you can see what they look like live. So I'm going to stop sharing this screen, and hopefully if the IT works in the way we'd like it to, I will share our online resources. So hopefully you can all see this now. So what we did is we put together a website with some online resources that we designed in response to that baseline assessment that we carried out. We also put together PDFs. So the PDF of this content I'm going to show you now was also emailed to families. And the idea was that they could be therefore printed out. And in an ideal world, if we'd had the time and the resource, we would print them out ourselves as sort of A5 laminated cards that could be used as a physical pack in the home. So the pack was designed as a set of cards, so available physically as a PDF or online. And this is our University of Plymouth's knowledge exchange website. It's used as a platform for sharing all sorts of different work that we're doing within the community and within education, and this forms one element of that. So this first page sort of introduces our home learning, so and tries to sort of share that philosophy. So it's about the four broad areas of need. It's about recognizing that learning, although we have tried to bring together activities within each area of need, that's not that activity could well support children across all areas. So it's very much a holistic approach. And if I just click on one of them, you can see, so these are the 4 broad areas of needs. We've split our activities across here. And if I just click on the first one, we've introduced and tried to explain how communication and language difficulties might impact on a child and impact on their learning. We very much wanted parents and children within the project to choose activities that they were interested in and drawn towards. We didn't expect them to do everything. For some children, they might be more interested in activities that were creative, or for others, it might be more physical. And then we had each of our activities showed in sections below. And we tried to follow a formula approach in that we first of all would set out what you would learn, what they would need, what they would do. So in the A5 PDF cards, that would be on the front side of the card. And then on the back side of the card was some further information. So tips to implement the activities, extension activities, and also tips for parents. So we wanted to empower and enable the parents to support their child's learning, but we also wanted to try and find resources that children could engage with themselves, depending on their developmental needs. So here's some examples of the sort of activities we've put together. And there's a link there to our activities as a principal PDF set of cards as well. And these were also emailed to them. Okay, so that was really just a quick link there for you to have a look at, and you're more than welcome to have a play, have a wander around this website when you're ready. People are still accessing it, so we know that the resources are still being accessed and used since the project finished. I'm going to just stop sharing that and go back to our PowerPoint slideshow. So hopefully you can see this again now. And I wanted to show you this slide, which shows you what our PDF principal pack might look like. So we color coded each of the areas of learning. So you can see on this first card here how our communication and interaction activities were in blue, cognition and learning in green, and so on and so forth. So that, again, it's about trying to support families and children to pick activities which are useful and of interest with them. We worked very closely with our colleagues in Malaysia and with our families, so they had input into the design of these cards, even down to the images that we're using. So for example, here we started off with a picture of a dog, but in Malaysia, a cat is a preferred pet to that of a dog. So changes like that were made, changes to the color scheme. So we avoided the use of yellow because that was associated with royalty. Black was associated with mourning. So we hope that this design was a very collaborative approach between our participants in Malaysia and in the UK. Okay, so then we sort of rolled this out with our families. They were able to engage in those activities over a period of time. And then we sort of went back out to our families to ask them that so what question, I suppose. You know, how did you find these activities? Did you feel it supported your learning at home? And I'm just going to talk about that a little bit now. So this first cycle of design-based research was, as I say, very much a small pilot project. But it was about gaining insight, I suppose, into those families' experiences of learning, both the parents and the children, and to identify any revisions that might be needed for that next cycle of research. The learning resources did perform really well in our evaluation. Even though families could choose what activities they wanted to engage with, all activities were accessed by our families over a period of time. Families felt that the resource performed well in terms of cost, their time and resource, and that it supported their learning across the 4 areas of need. So that was really exciting. But in terms of their learning, so I've already said that families didn't have to do all activities. They could choose the ones that they were particularly drawn to. But in terms of child engagement, there was a particularly high level of interest in the activity supporting their social and emotional needs and their sensory physical needs. And this confirms the findings from our initial needs analysis for activities supporting these domains of learning. And it also supports the literature in terms of how the pandemic has impacted on social and emotional well-being during lockdown. It highlights the need to provide home learning resources that are physical in nature and engages the different senses as a basis for learning and for supporting social and emotional well-being. So whilst this has only been a pilot project and with only a small number of families involved, these initial findings indicate that parents have felt more empowered to support their child's learning at home. And the children have also felt more empowered to develop their own learning through the use of the home learning pack. Because one of the things that was raised initially was how difficult they found it to engage with national curriculum aspects of learning if the school sent them anything. They weren't at school, they were at home. And And yet the families wanted their children to have that structure that you were talking about, Nicola, the importance of having a structure to the day. So they wanted to be engaged in activity that would support their learning, but were feeling quite demoralised in terms of accessing the national curriculum. In some cases, families didn't feel able, they didn't feel they had the knowledge to support their child's learning. But through these activities, their confidence did increase. They felt that they can do this. We can build on, families could build on their funds of knowledge to support their child's learning and recognise that actually their cognitive learning was being supported through those activities. Children were able to develop their literacy and their math skills. And one thing I did forget to say is that we were focusing on primary school age children for this project. So I think the fact that the families and the children have felt more empowered to develop their own learning is an important outcome. It relates to the development and practice of inclusive education philosophy that recognises these funds of knowledge and the funds of knowledge that reside in families, rather than locating knowledge exclusively with teachers in schools. So what does this mean for the future of inclusive education? Our argument is that education is not just about progression through the national curriculum. We argue that education is not just about education in the classroom, but is about education within the community, outside of the school gates and at home. Inclusive education is about human rights and equality, and it's about empowerment. It's about supporting families to be engaged in learning. So what we want to do, if we think about looking to the future, is to widen that inclusive education discourse to, and as part of my bottom bullet point there, to include the funds of knowledge, to include the education that takes place in different spaces and places. And where we've gone to from this, so this project took place last year, and since then we've held a webinar. We had 117 participants from Malaysia and the UK that attended that webinar. Our online resources are still being accessed, as I've already indicated, and we've just put together a large grant bid to include American colleagues in our research, so that we're seeking to work with a larger number of settings and families in the UK, in Malaysia and in America. We're also writing in the midst of having article under review and publishing our findings from this research. And I think that's about it. I think Neil just popped up there, which might indicate that my time is running out. So these were, just wanted to highlight the participants in this research in terms of our researchers. And I've got a number of references as well here at the end of the PowerPoint if people are interested in finding out a little bit more about this at a later date. So I've no idea where I am in terms of my timing, Neil, but I hope I haven't overrun by too much.
We're a little bit over, but we're all good. So thank you, and we'll be back with you shortly for Q&A and discussion. Thank you so much, Victoria. I'd like to welcome Donnelly Ida from the University of Kent for her presentation, Responsiveness as a Responsibility, a Method for Inclusivity and Solidarity. Donnelly, over to you.
Thank you, Neil. I am very honoured to be here amongst all of this wonderful work. I feel like what I'm about to present is seated quite well on what has come before so far. Particularly Jenny's work on compassion, I think, links quite well, and some of what Sushil was saying as well about what might previously have been invisible becoming something we have adapted for more in the pandemic, which has been repeated in other presentations as well. So yes, honoured to be here, as I was honoured to take part in this research as well. So hopefully my slides are sharing okay. I'll just start the actual slideshow. So this is modelling effective inclusivity by responsiveness as responsibility, and currently I'm in the process of co-authoring this as a paper that we hope to submit to the Journal for Inclusive Practice in Further and Higher Education with Krisha Waldock and Susie Bass, who can't be here today but have worked on these slides with me and have provided some of their own, which we'll look at the end of this presentation. So this came out of my sociology masters, very much inspired by my work as a specialist neurodiversity mentor with university students, and also inspired by the social and neurodiversity models of disability. Particularly what inspired me to do a sociology master's actually was a talk that I attended by Michael Oliver, the pioneer of the social model, just before he died actually. So he was talking about how over the last 30 years of having the social model in existence, that whilst we have progress and recognition of social model ideals, what happens in reality isn't always what we talk about. And so he calls for a re-engagement with the real. Other influences theoretically for this study were Sarah Ahmed's concept of diversity work, particularly regarding holding patterns within the university environment, Freire and ideals, which have been touched on a bit today already as well, about constructing knowledge together to create solidarity in action, and Spivak's deconstructive notions of power dynamics within marginalized groups, particularly the avoidance of subaltern complicity. So the term subaltern relates to groups of people that have experiences of being voiceless. So we'll come back to that through the presentation. The outcomes of this research were an experience of solidarity and inclusivity that can inform our attitudes towards disability and neurodivergence. We identified a relationship between adaptation and acceptance, whereby employing a responsiveness as responsibility for rebalancing power has implications that inclusive research methods can inform the framing of service provisions, and that marginalisation is more rebalanced by social model paradigms that place the responsibility to adapt more with the institution than with the individual. So these were our research questions. How can effective inclusivity be modelled in this research, and what things emerge as relevant to participants regarding their well-being, and what implications this has for service provision. And you can see here the demographics of the study. So for a small study, we had a relatively good selection of ages, gender, types of study and stages of study at university. And you can also see that there were 3 rounds to the research, all of which were collaborative. And I just want to draw attention to the fact that our data analysis, our data collection round 2, has been termed as listening, because this was an important framework for how we were approaching the research. And so after the 3 rounds of design, listening, and then analysis and evaluation, when the study was completed, I then continued to collaborate with participants to co-author presentations like this, and as I said, currently drafting an article for publication. So bear with me because there's a lot on this slide, but it's all quite important in terms of the modelling aspect of inclusivity. So we have here the participant experience and the researcher experience. And if you can think of the researcher as the institution, then it starts to become like a model. So we begin with the designing for accessibility, whereby participants were asked how they wanted to contribute to the study, and largely this was by interviews or a written narrative. But the way that that was done varied from one individual to another, whether it was in one sitting or with additional prompts, or whether how it happened varied according to individual preference. There was a need for structure so a topic guide was requested, and participants created that themselves according to what they felt was important, and also timeframes for what we would be focusing on when was quite important in terms of structure. And having this accessible design and these structures in place enabled participants to feel listened to and adapted for. And then when we came to doing the analysis of narratives collaboratively, there was quite a process reflectively around participants seeing their own words. And I think there was a combination of a kind of vulnerability and an empowerment that came out of that experience of seeing your own words amongst others' words about the same issues, but perhaps having differing experiences. So there was a learning together in that. And ultimately, the participants all felt that they had been heard in the process. So then we have the researcher experience, which was myself as initial researcher, and I emphasised from the outset that this was our project, not mine, and that I was working with participants rather than for. And the need for structure that I said was adapted for individuals, I came to think of it as a structuring to be unstructured. So making sure that it didn't involve a loss of choice or individualized approaches along the way, which meant that I was being responsive and open and adaptable throughout every stage of the study. At times this led to an experience of discomfort for me, which is quite important. There's something about the institution researcher, educator owning some discomfort or being willing to take that on in order to rebalance power dynamics. And so when I disclosed my experience of discomfort to participants, it was expressed that actually participants had felt comfortable through my adaptation, and so it became a way to appreciate the complexity of participants, and to not generalize, and to keep the differences that were coming through, rather than try and homogenize or make things easier for myself. So yeah, there was a balance there in that, and ultimately this experienced in a sense of solidarity for myself with the group and for all of us. And here are some examples of some of the narratives that came through, things like I belong, I felt very accepted, but also the kind of opposing experience of I cried after the majority of sessions because I felt like I didn't belong, and notions of having to adapt to neurotypical standards or not. And as I was collecting data, I started to see emerging things coming through of agency and acceptance and adapting or appearing normal, knowing, familiarity, and feeling marginalized or isolated. And then here you can see that there's a summary here of my emerging observations and themes that I noticed, alongside the themes that were found collaboratively. So participants were provided with statements from participant narratives. These are selected according to them having the words I or they within the statements, and then ordered randomly for participants to look at and analyse as well. And then what's listed here is what they observed as prominent themes. And hopefully you can see that there's a correlation between what I saw as emerging and what was identified collaboratively. And there was lots of experiences of the same themes, such as belonging and comfort, a need for freedom, but sometimes a different experience, sometimes positive, sometimes negative. So we concluded together that an umbrella theme of acceptance or adaptation put all of this together in a way that didn't generalize on participant experience and maintained the individuality of experience and whether it was positive or negative. And that ultimately there was a relationship between acceptance and adaptation in terms of who was adapting and whether acceptance was then experienced. So the implications for this for service are that greater acceptance results in less adaptation by the individual, or that greater adaptation by an institution equals greater acceptance. And yeah, that social models promote more acceptance of individuals by the institution rather than an individual having to adapt, which reduces the subaltern complicity that I mentioned earlier, or enables voices to be heard. So yes, the conclusions were that responsiveness as responsibility means that responsibility resides with the university, and this involves a willingness to adapt, a commitment to being responsive and to active listening, an awareness of assumptions and normative cultural practice in order to challenge dominant approaches, and that having a potential for reflexivity and adaptation is required in this. And here are my references. And then we felt collectively that this statement, nothing about us without us, is the epistemological ground truth, which is actually a tweet from Joe Bevertz, summarizes the work very well. And this means that the construction of knowledge requires the nothing about us without us principle to be applied for authenticity. And there's also Susie and Krisha's Twitter handles here so that they can be involved in the conversation about this today. And then there are some slides now that Susie and then Krisha have provided, and I will stop talking while I just go through these because they speak for themselves. And just to round up with the conference intention about educational futures, there's just some ideas here that are very much in keeping with what others have said today about how responsiveness as a responsibility might look in reality with inclusive research methods underpinning service provision. It's already been mentioned kind of issues with DSA support being accessible and kind of gatekeeping issues that could be applied to all ages in education. as well. So yeah, I'll leave that there. I hope I've kept to time. I think I might have just about.
Thank you very much, Donna, for your presentation. We are overrunning slightly, so we're going to take an extra 5 minutes just so we can address some of your questions. And Martha, I'm going to pass over to you to kick us off.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for your presentations. Really, thoughtful, inspiring work. So thank you very much for sharing all of that. I've just got, before, I know there are some questions in the Q&A, so we'll go to those in a minute, but I just wanted to ask all of you as a general reflection, really. I mean, we talked at the beginning about how the pandemic, as well as exacerbating inequalities that are there already, may have highlighted those in some ways and therefore thrown attention or the spotlight upon them, which can have some positive outcomes in a sense, and your work, shows that. And I just wondered to what extent you feel that well, two things really. Firstly, to what extent you feel in your settings educators generally have been made more aware? Because obviously you have, and we have, because we're in this field, we're doing the research on it, but to what extent do you feel that awareness is shared amongst educators in general? And the second question, I guess, is around that. If there is greater acceptance, greater adaptation, as Donna Lee was saying, how do we keep that momentum going? Like if it's assumed, as Shusha was saying, we're kind of back to normal, how do we keep that momentum and that spotlight and that attention going? So it's kind of to everybody, really, that question.
Can I kick off then? And I just want to, that's such a good question. And it absolutely massively links with the research we've done on universal design for learning, because we can have policies till we're blue in the face about how inclusive we are and how we celebrate diversity and everything else. But we also have to work with people in a way which respects their ways of engaging with the learning and so on. So, for example, we'll have a lovely shiny policy about inclusive practice, while at the same time knowing that, for example, neurodiverse students might have difficulty navigating systems which are completely impenetrable, but having systems which are completely impenetrable. So the policy has to match up with the practice and the practicalities all the time. And it is a sort of rarefied little environment where some people are sort of quite steeped in this, and others it's newer for them because it's not their area of interest particularly. So it has to really involve everybody, doesn't it? In terms of staff development and people being aware of really simple principles of universal design, which make things more transparent, obvious, and communicated better, I suppose I'd say. I don't know if that answers it or not.
Can I just ask, is there an extent to which, like in schools particularly, the pandemic, or if these inequalities are highlighted, for example, are we seeing more CPD around this kind of thing in schools generally as a result of the pandemic, or is that just wishful thinking? I don't know who could answer that really, but.
Yeah, this is Sushil Oswal. I'm speaking from Seattle area. Schools have also gone back to the original state, and we don't see any changes. They really have returned to the old normal, and they are not really doing anything different from what they were doing before COVID.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's quite concerning. I find in my work as a mentor that there does seem to be a lot of expectation to return to normal rather than an appreciation of how adaptations have made things more accessible over the pandemic. So there is actually some good research out there though that says this and links it to kind of or provisions for autistic students, and I'm aware of initiatives to create training within universities. Particularly I'm aware of the training that is led by autistic students or involves them in their work. I've come across this with a colleague at Sheffield, I think Sheffield University, recently. So there are hints of it around, but it's disconcerting, this talk of returning to normal, isn't it?
I think we've had some pushback from students about it as well, because, for example, Jesson and I both teach on the MA Autism Education at Southbank University, and some of the sessions are online and some of the sessions are face-to-face. But our students are teachers, and if they have to come to an online session, they have to travel across London in the rush hour to get to us for 5 o'clock, massive COVID risk. And they're saying, actually, we prefer it online. So although universities have got this expectation, we've got to go back to the way we were before, we also should really be listening to students, not just autistic students, everybody, and be more responsive, I think. And I think hybrid models are part of that responsiveness.
Yeah, I think we've had a bit of a mixture of kind of responses in terms of this sort of desperation, if you like, to return to what felt like normal for most people beforehand. But actually what COVID did was it opened up a lot of opportunities that weren't there before. And one of the things that we did throughout COVID with our schools was we had a kind of a daily it wasn't an academic focused session, it was more of a social kind of musical hour where everybody just sort of came on, we all just kind of sang, we responded to what each other was doing, and it was a really nice community that we built up, and we actually kept that going to today. We still do it every single morning, and the idea is that anybody who's out in isolation or anybody who's in school, they kind of have that link in with the school community. And something that we noticed was a really good area of practice from that was that we now use that style of connecting pupils at home and pupils in school in all sort of situations. We've had some of our learners who are maybe at end of life care in Great Ormond Street or in hospices, they're still joining our school community, whereas before we would have kind of lost touch with them in the last few months of their life. So that's been a really touching thing that has come out of COVID. So I think, even from parents' point of view as well, with annual reviews and kind of a lot of opportunities to connect with them at home, maybe it's more difficult for them to travel across London to get to our schools because some of our children come from quite far away. So the fact of them coming all the way into school for just an hour-long meeting is a huge sort of burden, if you like, whereas now they can just join in from wherever they are. So there's a lot of good practice from COVID that we can kind of hold on to or cling on to, if you like, and try our best not to be dragged back to a kind of orthodoxy, if you like, of how things used to be beforehand.
I think I just wanted to respond to your earlier question there, Martha, in terms of schools and what's going on in schools. So part of my role at the university is I'm working at the moment with about 97 schools across the Southwest in terms of supporting SENCOs in those schools. And it's really interesting in that they did learn a lot from COVID. They learned about the importance of working closely with families, supporting the needs of vulnerable children. And they hold that really close to their hearts. The tension that they feel is that pressure they have in schools to close the attainment gap. So there's a big focus in schools on achievement in the national curriculum. And I can stand there and talk about how, well, the national curriculum is not statutory in schools unless it's a maintained school. As academies, which most of our schools are, down here in the Southwest now, they have the freedom to run their own curriculum, and it's about progress. You can talk about all these things, but nevertheless, they still feel that pressure. So what they're seeing in schools is this drive towards achievements in exams, rather than actually the focus on, if you support the broad areas of needs as foundation for children's learning, if you support their social and emotional well-being, their physical needs, their communication and language, then their cognition and learning will happen as a result. So the SENCOs know that. The SENCOs are trying their best to work with the families and the children and learn from their experiences, but they're finding that really hard in the educational environment we're in, which leads really nicely, I think, into your second question, Martha, which is about how do we keep the momentum going? And I think we could keep the momentum going. As Swan was saying earlier on today, actually, it's down to us to have that voice, to shout about it, to publish, to run webinars and conferences that includes not just academics, but it also includes families, parents, practitioners, MPs, to say that actually we need to learn from these experiences and we need to make a difference for our young people.
Thank you, Victoria. I'm aware there's some questions. Oh, Shusha, did you want to come back on one of those?
Yes, I do. Hi, this is Sushil. Yeah, I have a question for everybody here. What we call here high flex, which has actually gone away, where some classes were allowed to run face-to-face with some students actually zooming in or calling in. So there's quite a mixed response now. Administration doesn't want it because it requires technology people supporting faculty. This is higher education. And there is also a significant percentage of faculty who also don't want to do it. They just want to talk to students in class. What should we do? Because it does help students with disabilities and students with many other situations with young children or other care. How do we really convince the rest of the faculty or staff in British language? How do we really create a dialogue with those people that this does help a pretty significant percentage of our students?
Thank you, Sushil. Yeah, really important question. Nikki, do you want to come in on that?
Yes, yeah, please. From a UK perspective, and I know that we have the Equality Act in the UK, but I know in the USA you have comparable legislation. Policies, practice and procedures could be equality impact assessed for their disproportionate disadvantage for people with protected characteristics, which includes disabled people. So if we're absolutely moving back to face-to-face, but some people cannot access face-to-face at the learning at the moment as an academic, a member of staff or a student, then we ought to be really being responsive to that on equalities terms. And talking about our student pushback again, what tends to happen is we'll be having a face-to-face session and students pitch up with their laptops and say, oh, so-and-so can't come, I'll just get them on Teams. So it's almost as if the students are driving the agenda forward themselves. But equality impact assessment in our country is the sort of underpinning strategic response to that, I suppose I would say.
Can I just jump in very briefly, and then I know Neil's just talking about us needing to take a break and for lunch. I'm just looking at the time, can't believe it's already 1:20. But the other thing, and this came out of the presentation for the Disabled Students UK report last week, and a point was made that because of the point that's just been made, that Nicola has just made, most universities, all faculties, most schools should have this on their risk register. If we are not having reasonable adjustments, and if we're not responding to anticipatory duties which are enshrined in law, then this needs to be on our risk register, because we can be held to account. This can go for students, we can get sued, and so it should be if we're not managing to tick the box in terms of what we are legally required to do. So my point is just to reiterate what Nicola has just said, and just make the point that this is something that we need to be, and again, going back to what Jenny was saying about bringing this to the attention of our senior managers or picking up a position in senior management. I was interim director of our School for Education for a year and a half or so during the pandemic. And there is so much bureaucracy and administration at that level, but there are spaces and there are places where we can push these agendas into the dominant framework, and we can push for people to engage with that practice and those needs. But absolutely, this needs to be on everybody's risk register.
There's a government strategy, isn't there, at the moment about raising awareness around autism, particularly that I'm aware of as a D&V perspective, and so it seems like this should be something that can join up in that way. Work to be done.
I think I was just going to say quickly, from an institution's point of view as well, we're in a bit of a dangerous position where if a year ago, as institutions, we were saying it's perfectly fine for lectures to be delivered online, and we're not going to, let's say, reduce your fees or do anything to that extent. How come the language is changing now around sort of accessibility, as opposed to, we just want everybody in face to face. We're not willing to make those adaptations or amendments. So I think there's some interesting language to be reviewed there in terms of positionality from where we are now to where we were a year ago from an institution point of view.
Thanks, everyone. I am going to call it there because we could talk about this all lunchtime, but everyone needs a break. So a 20-minute break. We will resume at 20 to 2, so 1:40. If our speakers can just address the questions that are in the Q&A box directly, that would be fantastic. But thank you, everyone. Have a nice break, and we'll see you in 20 minutes. So welcome back, everyone, to the final session of today. We've had some fantastic presentations covering lots of different topics, issues, and lots of great discussions going. Lots of great discussions in the chat box, brilliant questions. So keep them coming in, keep using the chat box and the Q&A box, and sharing your thoughts and comments on Twitter as well. And I'll pop the hashtag and Twitter handle in the chat box shortly. So once again, 4 presentations, 15 minutes each, and then at the end we'll have a joint Q&A and discussion. Our next presentation is entitled The Student Experience, Decolonising the Curriculum. I'm joined by a colleague, Dr. Shaminda Thakur. Shaminda, over to you.
Okay, I just need to share my screen. I hope that's going to work. Can everybody see that screen?
We can, it just needs popping into presentation mode. Yep.
So I have timed this. Do I have about 20 minutes or something?
15 minutes.
Oh my gosh, okay. I'm sorry, my camera is not allowing me to see everybody or you to see me. So welcome everybody to this session. Thank you, Neil, and thank you, Martha and Zoe, for inviting me to the conference. And apologies if some of you have heard this presentation before, the Teaching and Learning Conference. I'm Shaminda Thakur, and Rashid Aziz can't make it, unfortunately, but he sends his apologies. Okay, so I want to start with a few inspirational quotes from 2 of my heroes, Angela Davis and Nelson Mandela. I'm not going to read all of those out for Angela Davis, but the second one, you have to act as if it were possible to radically transform the world, and you have to do it all the time. Very important. And education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. I also want to acknowledge the work of Paulo Freire in the context of critical pedagogy and becoming conscious of oppression to bring about liberation, social change, and structural change, sorry. Let's move on to the decolonising vision of LSBU with the aim to embed it across the institution. And the first statement out of 8 to the vision acts as a guide in so much that it says that LSBU recognises the role that race, racism and racialisation have played within the higher education sector and will reject it, stand against it and be actively anti-racist. And the starting point is to decolonising the mind and move to a multi-layered dynamic process, which brings me to the work of Frantz Fanon. And it would be remiss of me not to mention his contribution to the decolonisation debate. So Frantz Fanon looks at the ways in which colonial culture, what it means to be human, means that to be human is to be white. And that colonialism damages colonized people due to the inferiority and superiority argument. It results in Black people aspiring to be white, and it negates Black identity, and it causes alienation and lack of identification. And I put a link to a YouTube clip if you want to watch that, but he's written Black Skin, White Masks, and The Wretched of the Earth. So what is decolonisation? The 3 pillars of decolonising the university are decolonising curriculum, democratising the university, and decolonising research. So decolonising the curriculum means you have to review and reframe current content to disrupt the dominance of Western-centric knowledge and colonial structures in learning and teaching. And democratising the university, this is in the context of widening participation and access to reviewing and reframing admissions and staff hiring processes, study skills, sport, and so on. I haven't got time to go through all of those, but you can easily look this up from Professor Leon Dickley's work from 2021. And decolonising research is being prepared to work with different groups of people as individuals rather than on them, which has been the colonial approach to research. So it's reviewing and disrupting funding strategies which favours awarding to white research leads and recruiting a diversity of research supervisors and panels. So decolonisation, I've got a couple of slides on this. I just wanted to go through this, but I've mentioned some of those things on the slide already. So one part is to identify and acknowledge the roots of modern racism and colonial legacies, because that's often missing in this understanding of decolonisation. We have to understand what colonialism meant and what the legacies are. The manifestation of racism and colonial legacies in multiple forms, and in terms of the knowledge materials, the politics, the national and local institutions, social and cultural processes, which Gaminda Bambra goes into in her book on Decolonising the University in 2018. It also challenges the ways in which we learn about the world and how it's shaped by colonialism. It's multi-layered, as I mentioned right at the beginning, and it's working towards structural change. So when we say decolonising the curriculum, we're actually moving towards decolonising the university and looking at structural change. So widening ambition, organisational transformation, and having a commitment to change, which is really important. And who does it benefit? Well, it benefits the students because you embed justice and equity in the curriculum, and it becomes normative, and it enhances the impact of our education. It also prepares students for success in a global context and makes disciplines with a wider base of scholarship, makes them stronger overall. And I might be repeating some stuff here, but decolonisation considers the institution, staff, and students. It provides a way of identifying the knowledge we value, and it structures the ways in which we're taught to think and talk about the world. The other part is to look at the challenges that we can make, the assumption that the most valuable knowledge and the most valuable way of teaching and learning comes from a single Western-centric tradition. And it should form part of the practice as usual process of curriculum review and quality assurance. So decolonising the curriculum is explained as enhancing the curriculum. So not replacing some things, just, with what white writers are replaced with indigenous or, non-white, to use a terrible term, but by including the knowledges into people from underrepresented, marginalised or excluded groups. So we would have knowledge and representation of staff from across the board in terms of the global south, those who are disabled, the LGBTQI+ spectrum, Romani and other underrepresented populations. Now, of course, decolonisation has a history, and decolonisation debates have a particular resonance for universities. It's not a new phenomenon. If you were to trace the timeline, it would show its origins in South Africa from the Rhodes Must Fall movement, and it was replicated at Oxford University. And in terms of the history of decolonisation, it means that you have a review of curricula to decolonise, and this has been recognised by universities, but it has been put under pressure from students and staff. And there is a current campaign to decolonise the curriculum, and it's a recognition that this history needs some sort of rectification. And I think it's been brought to the fore by the Black Lives Matter movement. And of course, if you want to look at teaching of British colonial history, you can go to BBC's website on where they have bite-sized ways in which you look at colonial history. There are many approaches to decolonising the curriculum, but we can sort out some commonalities in what can be done. So the first thing, to educate staff and students about decolonisation and not just leave it to interpretation. So it's creating knowledge about it and creating safe spaces for open discussion, providing support for staff, encouraging people in the university, staff and students and the community to look at, making change through the syllabus or reading resources or admissions or placements or preparing students for the workforce and more, and collectively decide on the measures for evaluating changes made, decide on how regularly to monitor this as well. So these are approaches, but there are commonalities which we can actually draw out around how to approach decolonisation. However, decolonisation can be unintentionally or deliberately misunderstood. And as I mentioned before, the misrepresentation is that white writers should be automatically excluded from the curriculum. That's not what decolonising is about. But to consider the viewpoints represented, the theories that are presented in the curriculum from those people who are excluded. So Southern Theory, for example, is a book which was written on excluded ways of looking at different subject areas. And decolonising doesn't mean that academic judgment is overruled or abandoned. So we have a lot of different questions to ask around decolonisation. It doesn't just mean that it's a crude imposition of something. We have to have some academic judgment and disciplinary debate around it. And we know that it's not easy for some colleagues because they don't understand decolonisation and they do not know how to decolonise their disciplines. But this is about creating awareness as well. Okay, to go on to the research which I did, the student voice, the first one, it was on the BME student experience in the School of Law and Social Sciences. And I'll go on to the second project, which looked at decolonisation, because it came out of this project. So why do students feel that there is an attainment gap? Well, they said curriculum design and curriculum delivery, amongst all those other aspects listed on the slide as well. And the percentages are those who thought that, advice given to students, for example, before applying to university in the application process, 51%, and the lack of BAME role models stands at 58% as well. Now, one of the recommendations from this report is that you should include the BAME student voice in designing and decolonising the curriculum, and that the curriculum should be more inclusive and provide ample opportunity to discuss issues of race and racism in a safe place. Which brings me on to the actual study itself, and the objectives were to create an opportunity for students to voice their thoughts, their experience of the curriculum, and they could do this anonymously through a survey. Then they could do this through focus groups if they wanted to. And we collected quantitative data on universities, decolonising the curriculum, reviews of reading lists, and progression rates, attainment, and a review of the curriculum. And also to create access to a resource site which can create awareness and empower individual sites. And this is the creation of the website on decolonising the curriculum, which I created with the help of interns, web designers from the School of Engineering with the help of Safia Baraksai. So some of the findings which we found from this project is that 86% of respondents either strongly agreed or agreed that decolonising the curriculum was necessary. 87% thought they should be involved in this. So it's almost like a participatory aspect to it. Only 27% of students felt the current curriculum is sufficiently diverse, equitable, and inclusive. And 66% of them felt that decolonising the curriculum will help narrow the racial awarding gap. And 59% they thought they had a contribution to make in decolonising the curriculum. So this is from a student's perspective. They really want to be involved. And then we asked them in the focus group with various themes, such as the benefits of decolonisation, why do we need to do this, how do we approach it? We asked them about curriculum, content and delivery, the expectations of students and lecturers, privileges and intersectionality. And I just want to go through a couple of quotes from the students. And for the benefits, one student said, I would say that with decolonising the curriculum, it promotes equality for all, and that it promotes a society that doesn't have racial bias. And for curriculum content and delivery, so in terms of looking at the first one, I would have liked to have heard more about Pan-Africanism. I would like to have had each week, or at least every 2 weeks, made it mandatory to have maybe an Indigenous person or a person of colour represented, or a woman, maybe somebody from the LGBTQ spectrum. This student was actually a white British student, and she was commenting on the fact that there was a lot missing in the curriculum and how it's delivered, and role models which she said that, you know, we'd want Indigenous people or people of colour to be represented. We had some recommendations from students, and I'll read the shortest one out there because of time. I feel that sometimes the student voices aren't necessarily heard. And then another one said, actually having a student panel or a panel with students and lecturers and maybe the leadership teams who monitor these things would be useful. What I would say, maybe like a mystery shopper. I thought a mystery shopper was an interesting phenomenon to use. Maybe somebody goes into class, just sits there and observe and gives some feedback, which I thought was a really great idea as well, because you could just go there and find out what's going on actually in the classroom itself. And then decolonizing the curriculum, the website, I will go on to that if I've got some time. I think I might have a couple of minutes, but you are welcome to look at that, and I'll put it in the chat for yourselves. And I can make the slides available to you as well, because I've got some slides of interest as well. For example, you know, we've had Priyambada Gopal talking about decolonization in February when she came to the university, and she's written about decolonizing the university in an article, which is in Textual Practice. Gaminda Bambra's work on decolonizing the university, and Paolo Frere's work on critical pedagogy and pedagogy of the oppressed. So I'm going to come out of this, and hopefully I will be able, I think, to share I'm not sure where it's gone. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to find it again.
Just a minute or so remaining, Shaminda.
I'm so sorry. I'll just go straight to the website. But I will put the link to the actual website for everyone to have a look at as well.
I've just popped that in there for you, actually.
There you have. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just having a few problems. And to share the screen again, I think it is this one. I'm not sure. Could everybody see that? Or?
We can see the website.
Okay. So if you go to the website, can everybody see that still? Yeah. So if you click on it, it'll take you to different things. I just wanted to go to the resource section where we've got toolkits and guides, reading lists, articles and journals, talks and webinars, podcasts and blogs. I'll just take you to the reading list. And you can see this is my favorite part of the website because it's so beautifully presented with all of these. And this is just to get people started on looking at the different books which are available for you to read. I hope I'm not going too fast as well. And then we've got different things where you can go to a book list to support Black Lives Matter, Equality, Culture and Citizenship, and Decolonizing Curriculum Toolkit, which is a reading list for those different places. And Westminster Business School has an amazing reading list on it as well. So if you click on that, it will take you to somewhere else, the University of Westminster. So there wasn't any point in replicating that, but we've got different areas. So for social justice, pedagogies for social justice, the sociology at Westminster, and so on. And that's their vision. So I think I've run out of time now, haven't I? So thank you for your attention. Any questions, please?
We will be back with questions after the next three presentations, Shaminda, so do stick around if you can. Thank you very much.
Have I stopped sharing now?
There you go. Yeah, I've done that for you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, will be with Shaminda again shortly. Our next speaker is Nelly Alfandari. Nelly, are you there? There you are. Great to see you, and I'll hand over to you.
Hi. Okay, let me see if I can share this. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. Oh. Can you see this?
We can.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me, and thank you for organizing this really brilliant day. So interesting, all of the different presentations. So I'm going to share with you some reflection on theater-based research in the secondary school classroom, which I titled Reimagining the Classroom, Research as a Rehearsal for Change. And this is part of my doctoral thesis here at LSBU. So just gonna start with giving you a brief overview of this presentation. I'm going to contextualize the research and introduce the key terms of the methodological framework, situate theater-based research, and explore theater of the oppressed. And then I'll share some examples with you where I have been using theater of the oppressed as a research intervention in secondary school classrooms, and share my reflections and conclusions around it, around reimagining the classroom. The kind of leading questions of this presentation are: how can elements of the theater of the oppressed be used as transformative research method in pedagogical research especially? And then specifically, I'm going to think about how does theater of the oppressed facilitate a reimagining of the classroom, and what are the implications of using theater of the oppressed in research. So the research that I think I presented a bit about last year already, it was looking at how can critical pedagogies create an inclusive space for learning in secondary school classrooms in 3 different European secondary schools, where teachers were exploring with applying critical pedagogies. And I was interested in reflecting together with participants on the inclusivity of these learning spaces. With this in mind, I was keen for the critical and inclusive pedagogies that I was exploring also to be part of the research framework itself. And I decided to draw on creative methodologies to engage with embodied knowledges, to also construct what Ellsworth calls alternative ground rules for communication. So here I worked specifically with the critical and participatory theater of the oppressed, and within this image theater and method, and I was hereby drawing on my own practice. So Nine et al. Are exploring pedagogical research and describe classroom and other learning environments are physical spaces invested with memories and meanings experienced at a bodily level. So here I find exploring these through theater-based research can be really useful because it engages with the embodied experiences, and it also helps to explore the relationships between participants, the kind of in-between that makes up the pedagogical spaces. So theater-based research is active. It has a history in practitioner-based research, which is, as Kershaw says, combining creative doing with reflexive being. It is shifting researcher and research relationships, as more recently performance-based research has been exploring. Finally calls it drawing an emotional understanding created among research communities. It engages with power dynamics. The theater kind of allows for reframing of the terms of engagement, and it researches with and through the body. So it engages with the ability of the body to know. So then specifically, theater of the oppressed sees theater as a rehearsal for change. It's founded on key elements of Freire's critical pedagogies, which we've heard a lot about today. Boal, and it comes from the kind of the same area at the same time. So Boal, the founder of the theater of the oppressed, sees theater as a critical inquiry. He speaks of it as the practice of seeing oneself seeing, exploring and engaging with power, or as Norris says, re-looking at content to draw insights and make new meanings. But it is also about intervening in that performance, which the safe playfulness of the aesthetic space, the creative space facilitates, where real-life conflicts can be played out and alternative performativities can be explored in a rehearsal for change. So applying this in school-based research, as Gallagher points out, this gives an opportunity for participants to explore new roles and identities in the classroom, which can open also to different narratives in the research. Boyle speaks about the reality of the fiction, and Nicholson explains that as the imaginary space of drama, which allows participants to explore and juxtapose different perspectives, fictionalize their experiences, but then also make the imaginary world of fiction tangible and real, which I want to explore with you today. So to highlight this framework, I'm going to share with you some examples from some of my research sites. So the research took place in 3 different secondary school classrooms across Europe, 2 in England and 1 in Spain, Barcelona. And I worked in all 3 schools with teachers who were exploring with critical pedagogies in their classroom. As a research intervention towards the end of my participant observations in the classrooms, I facilitated an image theater workshop with the participants, whereby I, as the researcher, participated as facilitator, or joker, as the facilitator is called in that system. So image theater is one of the methods in the theater of the oppressed, where participants critically and non-verbally explore their experiences through collectively created body images, and in particular reflect on power dynamics, as it is kind of common in the theater of the oppressed. So I asked participants, that is students and teachers, to create images of learning, power, and belonging in their classrooms. And I did that in order to critically engage with a reflection of their learning spaces. It was important to me to explore with what Hooks refers to as the dominant voice, and to engage with power, and to also explore with what an inclusive classroom looks like for participants, a classroom in which everyone can participate in their own terms, as Florian and Black Hawkins frame it, or like belong to the classroom. So I'm going to share some of these images with you, and we're going to look at how they are reimagining the classroom. So here, some images participants made in some of the schools to show classrooms which belong to everyone. So I blurred these so you can't see their faces too well, but the images actually don't look groundbreakingly different from scenes that we can see in classrooms. But they highlight different elements, which I think we heard about today already. So active learning, practical learning, learning with and through tech as well, physical learning, and which, as the students also explained, it is about having a choice. Like everybody is doing something that they like to do and doing it together and having a choice in that. But it also highlighted the importance of relationships in learning. So in particular, friendships, which is something that also came up in interviews and in other research forms. And we can see here in some of the images, a proximity to the teacher and helping each other was also very important to them to feel part of a classroom. So then asking participants in one school to show a classroom where they felt they were most powerful brought up some of the power dynamics in the classroom, which was interesting. Here you can see, so some of the students, like Sam, instantly used that moment to take over a very symbolic furniture in the classroom, the teacher's chair, on which he placed himself. But others, like Roxana, who you can't see very well in this version of the picture, but is at the kind of back corner, positioned herself sitting on a table at the back of the corner of the room, having a kind of overview over the whole classroom. Various students positioned themselves in teaching positions at the board or in front of the desk, whilst the teacher placed himself as part of the student group in the middle of the classroom, amongst the kind of circle of the student tables. The repositioning also changed the meaning of some of the locations in the classroom. Like, for example, Ahmed's position here, it was usually a seat where those who either struggled or who chatted too much were placed. But here, it was kind of the special seat in the kind of everyday classroom. But here it became a location to be in complicity with Sam, who was taking power over the classroom. So to reflect on this in terms of reimagining the classroom, this exercise challenged some of the power dynamics in the classroom, in particular between teacher and students who swapped positioning. It changed the institutional behavior code, so suddenly standing on furniture was a form of active contribution. It visibilized some of the power dynamics between the students, as for example, between Sam standing on top of the table and Roxana going to the back corner. It also made non-participation an active contribution. So some of these students here have not actually moved from their seat, and they just decided to stay where they were and, well, engage in that way, engage as non-participants. It played with the spatial of the classroom by engaging with some of its spatial terms, playing with the symbolic teacher area as well as with the student area. And then participants could engage with each other in the changed space, which shifted their usual perspectives. In terms of the research, I, as the researcher, engaged as a facilitator, which is the joker. And as that, participants could also play with me and perform their non-participation, for instance. They shared their experiences with agency and could transform certain relationships in the classroom, even if it was momentarily. Through this kind of method, the research generated the data it was looking at, which is something I'm exploring kind of further. So reflecting all of that, the reimagining of the classroom highlighted the importance of relationships in the learning, particularly friendships, which is not often something that is being taken into account in kind of teaching guidelines, although we maybe as practitioners and teachers know about it, but yeah, for students that was a really important aspect, although that might mean that they chat more, but it was important for them to feel part of the learning space and for their learning. It also visibilized certain power dynamics, and that made me think that a reimagining perhaps needs to start with visibilizing the state of things, which various of the presentations this morning already talked about. And it kind of makes me wonder what could be a next step in this reimagining. So for example, I would love to see a scene between Roxana and Sam and see how they would engage with each other and how power could be transformed in the classroom amongst them as well. So yeah, changes were temporary, but projected the reality of the fiction onto the familiar learning spaces. And that, in that sense, kind of showed a possibility for alternatives. In terms of the research, there is a challenge of moving from the non-verbal to academic writing. It kind of makes me question, what is data? What do I know? What do I not know? And also, how do I know it? It makes me kind of reconsider the remit of research in relationship to practice. Ethically, this kind of practice, I think, is important to understand that participatory and creative methods in research take time to build relations and trust with participants, time for reflecting and learning how to reflect. And I think the ethical framework has to be really rigorous to ensure participants have a right to consent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have we lost Nelly? Okay, we will move on to our... Hi, thank you. Sorry about that. We will move on to our next speaker, if that's okay. Moving on to Mushrat, doing a research placement, a credible option for broadening the meaning of clinical placement. Mish, are you there?
Yes, trying to sort out sharing, just bear with me.
No worries, take your time.
We'll get there. I always have a bit of problem with this, but we'll get there. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can see the slide?
We can see the slides.
Okay, so over to you, Tom.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for asking us to present. And thanks, Neil, for organising us all. It's always brilliant. So my name's Thomas Ince. I am a visiting fellow with London South Bank University, and at the time of completing this project, I was working as the strategic AHP practice learning lead for London South Bank University. Mish, I'd like to invite you to introduce yourself as well.
Hello everyone, my name is Mushrat Ahmed Landu. I'm a senior lecturer in the Allied Health Department, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mish. So our presentation today is on whether research placements for clinical training of allied health professional students is a credible option for broadening the meaning of clinical placement. And this is a reflexive piece from Mish and I. Mish, over to you. You're on mute if you're talking, Mish.
Sorry, here we go. So I'm going to provide some background context. And before I start, I just want to say that I'm going to abbreviate allied health professions to AHPs and the Council of Deans of Health to CDH. The COVID-19 pandemic brought restrictions, but also opportunities to innovate current health and social care education. One area that required review was clinical placements for AHPs. The CDH's paper in 2021, titled On Becoming Research Confident, highlights that there is a shortage of placements for nursing and allied health courses. This was unfairly creating inequality in education experiences for some of these students, as it was sometimes delaying their course completion and hence timeliness of getting a job. The CDH's paper coincided with Health Education's report in 2021. The report from Health Education sets out that it has ambition to improve the diversity of placement settings, to expand the learning opportunities beyond the traditional clinical models, and they offered a £15 million boost for placement expansion. But expansion cannot only be about reactionary practicalities of creating more placements because there is a shortage of traditional placements. If we place an equity and justice lens on the situation, if this change is for the students' benefit, then the central focus for the change is that it is of added value for the students in where they are currently in their education, for their progression through their course, and the potential positive impact on their future careers. The CDH's report, alongside the wonky article Baltrux and Cooks 2021, all advise that research placements are a way to expand the total number of placements available. They can be created in any organisation, whether that be NHS, social care, private practice, charity sector, professional bodies, or within the university the student is already studying at. The professional body that regulates AHPs, the Health and Care Professions Council, through their standards of proficiency, are necessitating that AHPs be at least critical consumers of research. In that, and I'm quoting from the CDH's report 2021, page 4, allied health professionals should be able to draw on knowledge and research to inform practice and take appropriate actions and understand the value of research and research methodologies and assess and evaluate evidence. A research placement would enable this and more by making sure the placement meets the education provider's learning outcomes for the students and facilitating development of several skills, such as research, project management, critical thinking, problem solving, action learning, communication, decision making, delegation, team working, and much more. This list is from the CDH report 2021. A research placement could have many versions. It could be a straight up start to finish project, or it could be part of a project, such as a literature search or a full-on literature review. These projects could be cast wider than the professional discipline. For example, a study on the organizational quality improvement needs or improving a service user experience of a website. The limitations are that there must be relevant projects available with skilled supervisors, and the project level must match the study level of the students. There must be preparation and skilling up for the students as part of the placement provider duties. Because even in the final year, research skills are very new to students, hence unrealistic expectations of showing research skills autonomously must be disrupted by educating the placement supervisors. Smith et al. 2021 published their digital poster regarding their Great Ormond Street Placement Expansion Project and demonstrated that such placements offer equity of experiencing placement, especially, for example, when there is a pandemic and lockdown happens. A research placement can be online, and by being online, it can offer placements to other students who are unable to physically attend for various reasons. Example reasons could be that the student has not completed their occupational health process, or that the student currently is experiencing financial hardship. But by doing a research placement, it stops delaying placement for these students. They could potentially attend a research placement virtually and not delay their progression through the course. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you. So we're going to share with you now a case example of a research placement. So at LSBU, we developed an expansion practice learning opportunity, which was a research placement delivered virtually for physiotherapy students. And we did it in a 4-learner to 2-educator supervision model. The aim of the project was to develop a questionnaire for pre-registration students to further understand why this population of students were not engaging with the anti-racism and decolonizing activities within the university. For this part of the project, the physiotherapy learners were involved in completing a rapid literature review, drafting an initial questionnaire for LSBU physiotherapy student population, asking the reasons why there was a limited physiotherapy learner representation on the institution-wide anti-racism forums, and then finally to deliver an end presentation to the wider community about their work. So prior to the placement, Mish and I created a scaffolded timetable, a project framework, and a blank Gantt chart framework so that we could provide the students with a bit of pre-placement material. The placement and the research project was structured around 7 milestones. And these milestones were the research question, parameters, identifying bias, completing the literature search, screening that search, utilizing critical appraisal, and then finally information synthesis. At each of these milestones, support was given to the students to achieve that particular milestone within the required time frame that they set for themselves, and you can see that within the slide. So this was especially important during the first milestone, which required a significant amount of pre-reading to understand and gain further information around the topic. And although the placement and the milestones progress in a linear format, as you can see from the slide, there was the option to go back and refine the search question or the parameters as required, depending on what the search came back with, to ensure that the question was focused and specific. So 3 of those learners completed and passed the placement, with 1 student unfortunately having to withdraw due to personal reasons. The research skills that the students developed were team working, project management, communication, carrying out library literature searches, critical appraisal, critical reasoning, and also developing a questionnaire. Mish and I monitored and measured the effectiveness of the placement using a learner feedback survey. The results of that indicated the learners embraced the virtual opportunity, enjoyed the experience, and it provided them with a non-clinical opportunity to accumulate those valuable practice learning hours that they need in order to gain proficiency with the HCPC, which is the Health Professions Council. The next set of students completing the research, because we hope to repeat it again, will be testing the questionnaires validity, sending it out to students, and then analysing the data. The lessons learned from this placement was that the first delivery, it was essential to have a project timetable and a Gantt chart. And these were really critical for allowing us to work collaboratively across those 7 milestones in order to achieve them. The students set these milestones and the clinical educators supported them through their accomplishments using the guidance that you can see there on the slides. We learned to be agile throughout the placement and take steps back if we needed to ensure the students were able to meet their learning outcomes. It was also important to establish that the students had the tech skills to be able to complete the virtual placement. And that included maybe some additional training around Microsoft Teams, which was the virtual platform that we used and the vehicle with which the students were able to work collaboratively with themselves as a peer group and also with us as the clinical educators. And they also used it for things like information storage and data collection. The students also participated in weekly action learning sets where they could discuss their problems as they arose in the hope of identifying some solutions. And this enabled further confidence and also created a safe team space for working. To improve the placement next time, we think additional time needs to be taken at the beginning of the placement to familiarise students with the virtual environment and allow students to take ownership and responsibility to manage and lead the project as they see fit. We also think there needs to be some further resources to potentially establish a clinical educator role at London South Bank University for these kind of research placements. Mish, I'd like to hand back over to you.
Thank you, Tom. So in conclusion, the virtual research placement offered a credible alternative placement, but it was an equitable learning experience for the students. And it allowed the students at different pre-registration levels of their courses to experience and apply research skills. LSBU plans to repeat this non-clinical placement to collect robust data to evaluate the outcomes in delivering such a placement, and this will add to the limited evidence around expansion placements. We're going to add one more idea into the mix for your consideration. If research placements work for allied health and nursing students, could it be a potential viable option for other professional degrees that use fieldwork placements? Thank you very much, and we end our presentation.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mish and Tom. Do join us just after Martha's presentation for our joint discussion and Q&A. Martha, over to you to finish us off for the day.
Thank you. I'm just going to find my presentation again to share because I seem to have now lost it again, having prepared it earlier and ready to go. Just give me 1 second, sorry.
The joys of technology.
It's not coming up. Oh, yes, it is. There it is. Okay. 1 second, and I'm nearly there. Okay, that should be it. Okay, thank you. Thanks for letting me have the opportunity to talk to you today. I wanted to share some work that I've been doing around the idea of worldview literacy, which I developed through primary research around RE in English schools. So just to give you a bit of context, in the last couple of decades, RE in England was said to be in a bit of a crisis. And this is partly to do with its lack of status in schools and lack of subject specialists, but also to do with its often its inadequacy or its inability, or it hasn't been keeping up with the changing landscape that that we live in, and hasn't been adequately, therefore, preparing young people to engage in the complex, multi-religious and multi-secular society that we live in. So within this complexity, religion is an increasingly important marker of identity, particularly for minority religious groups. And since the turn of the century, discrimination related to religion has been central to debates around intercultural education and citizenship education. But despite the aims of RE being increasingly framed in terms of citizenship, the two school subjects remain unhelpfully siloed, which I think impedes the potential for both subjects. And what I want to present today is the idea of worldview literacy as a framework for engagement with difference as part of active citizenship education, as an example of educational praxis that brings the pupil to a greater understanding of diversity and dynamism of worldviews and of themselves. So what is worldview literacy? You may have heard of the term religious literacy, which is generally understood as the knowledge, skills and attitudes required to engage positively with religious diversity. So why do we need it? Well, since 9/11 and the London bombings, the religion has kind of reappeared in the public eye. And since then, there's been increased discrimination against religious minorities. I'm really sorry, my dog is scratching up the mat. Anyway, what were we talking about earlier about compassion, about working at home? Yeah, some of that, please. So, yeah, there's been increased discrimination against religious minorities, and in particular a rise in Islamophobia. And whereas the public discourse around race, ethnicity, for example, in relation to inclusion is fairly well advanced, although obviously discrimination and exclusion and inequality continue, but public conversation around religion and belief, like that of other more recently added protected characteristics such as sexuality, is much less advanced. But there is a growing wealth of research around the complexities of religious identification. And as I've said, religion is increasingly an important identity marker to people. And it's often the key marker of difference. In this context, religious faith is often accompanied by loyalty to a wider community and internationally and increasingly virtually. But importantly, it's just one aspect of complex multiple identities in a globalized world. And also importantly, these identities, like the faith traditions themselves, are fluid and lived. So the relationship between religion or worldviews and identity and belonging is complex. And the problem, as I see it, is that there's a mismatch between the representation of religion and citizenship in our education system, which can be quite reductionist and exclusivist, and the lived complexity of identity and belonging of students. And this complexity is acknowledged, for example, in ideas around cosmopolitan citizenship, which implies imagining the nation as a diverse and inclusive community. which its proponents see as a precondition or a prerequisite for the renewal of democracy in a globalized world. So these are all reasons for religious literacy, but why call it worldview literacy? The term religious literacy is used in lots of different ways, but what I think is problematic is that the way in which it's been used in relation to RE, where it's often understood in quite reductive terms. Firstly, there's a narrow focus on knowledge and knowledge about the main religions, and this can overlook the diversity or the hybridity and fluidity of religious and non-religious worldviews, which is well evidenced in contemporary research. It can often also minimize the critical dimension, so overlook a need for understanding the socio-political dimension of religion and the role, good and bad, that religion has played in history and plays in contemporary society. It also often ignores the kind of elephant in the room, the need for questioning the very notion of religion and its representation in society, including in education. And finally, religious literacy is often framed as a product of education, so a set of knowledge, skills, attitudes that can be learnt and then inform engagement with diversity. And I think this overlooks the value of the educational process itself as part of an enactment in plurality. So I present a framework of worldview literacy for thinking critically about religion and worldviews in society that addresses these concerns and that promotes active engagement in difference. And this builds on some models of religious literacy, the more critical religious literacy models, particularly that of Adam Dinham, who I work quite closely with around his framework for religious literacy. But whereas his framework is applicable to all public professions, or all professions really, what I do is take that and look at what that looks like in the context of the classroom. So in applying ideas of critical literacy to the classroom, I argue that it should involve an explicit focus on 4 key elements, and those are interpretability, categorization, reflexivity, and transformational encounter. And I'm just going to explain a little bit what I mean by each of those. So as a starting point, I think that worldview literacy or education about worldviews should focus on their interpretability. So this reflects a shift that's happening in the RE world from the idea of, from a focus on world religions to an idea of worldviews, which are understood as personal as well as institutionalized, religious and non-religious, and any combination thereof. And key to this is that worldviews are understood as being fluid, as being dynamic and interpretable. So traditions are internally diverse, and rather than static kind of entities with sets of beliefs and practices, they're being constantly modified through processes of interpretation in which individuals reshape culture. So, and I really like the way that Dutch scholar Wilma Meyer puts it, and she calls them traditions in transition. So, and in the same way, at the individual level, people's personal worldviews are often hybrid, made up of a range of religious and non-religious influences. So personal identity is seen as a process of interpretation, which actively draws on and negotiates aspects of tradition. So in the same way, people live in, from, and through tradition. So rather than kind of neatly boxed religions, worldviews are internally contested, they're fuzzy-edged, and the boundaries between religion and non-religion, for example, are blurred. So worldview literacy understands worldviews as being in processes, in a continual process of interpretation. And linked to this is the understanding that what gets categorized as religion and how religion and worldviews are represented in curricula is an interpretation. It's a construct. And many scholars have noted the essentialist and reductionist way in which religion, and particularly minority religions, are represented in RE, and how that sits uncomfortably with the changing landscape, rise in spirituality, changing relationship between formal and informal, and this complexity, or the bricolage, people call it, of personal faith. And so I suggest that we need to have an explicit deconstruction of the category of religion, and essentially about knowledge about religion. As Peter Goldberg puts it, we should be asking what religions are marginalized or excluded within dominant discourses, what knowledge is revered, whose histories are legitimated, and whose voices are silenced. And this obviously involves an exploration of power relationships embedded in representations of religion and worldviews. So it goes beyond exploring worldviews in their complexity and their fluidity, although this is important, to an explicit deconstruction of traditional representations. So this can be seen then as part of the much needed strategies to support deconstruction of Western colonial framings of knowledge and the development of critical consciousness. The third element is reflexivity, and this is central to the way in which a worldview's approach is gaining momentum in the English context, and it's associated with hermeneutic approaches in which understanding is a result of a dialogic reflexive process. So dialogue between the pupil and the subject matter necessarily involves the pupil's exploration of their own worldview, and this reflects Gadamer's argument that when we encounter religion and worldviews, in this case as other, when we encounter the other, we can best understand this other when explored in relation to our own full meanings or assumptions. So within the idea of worldview literacy, that epistemic awareness that's nurtured through a focus on categories and categorization is mirrored at the personal level as well through a challenging of pupils' own knowledge about worldviews. So it's a kind of metacognition or self-critical scholarship, which develops critical awareness, open-mindedness, and I think is central to the practice of worldview literacy. What this essentially amounts to then is a transformative encounter. And this is central to understanding worldview literacy as an educational process rather than as a product of education. So dialogical approaches are distinguished from traditional transmissive approaches by a focus on transformative encounter with the subject matter. And with a focus on encounter, learning about worldviews and developing the skills to engage in worldview diversity are inseparable from the pupil's own interpretation of other people's worldviews and of their own. So worldview literacy can be understood as an engagement in difference and with different ways of being in the world, through which one's own position is put into question and ultimately transformed. And this isn't about developing a faith or developing a worldview. It's about being reflective on one's own positionality in relation to worldviews and to the world. So in this sense, it's aligned with critical pedagogy and transformational approaches to critical citizenship, and can be seen perhaps as contributing to what Geert Beerster calls subjectification. So empowering young people to come into the world and enabling them to engage with it. So as I've shown, rather than being about objective knowledge about religions with a set of skills and attitudes that can be learnt, I envisage worldview literacy as a process of educational praxis or reflection and action, in which understanding, application and interpretation are all interwoven and interdependent. And as Bernstein says, all understanding involves interpretation and all interpretation involves application. So learning about religion and worldviews isn't distinct from interpretation of others or one's own beliefs, and neither is it distinct from application, as the very act of understanding happens in everyday engagement and encounter. So the emphasis is on encounter as a process of reflection and action, praxis, through which students develop a critical understanding of worldviews and of their own position in relation to difference as actors in plurality. And that's just a complicated slide that kind of pulls it all together, which I will let you look at your leisure. So conceptualized in this way, worldview literacy is about critical understanding of the complexity of worldviews, but its contribution to education is, I think, much broader. It's also an example of the practice of citizenship. So like most conceptualizations of religious literacy, citizenship education in England and across much of Europe is framed in terms of knowledge, skills and attitudes, and children as future citizens or citizens in waiting. And this idea is reflected in educational approaches and frameworks based on the transmission of knowledge or socialization into certain values or attitudes that are required of the good citizen. Rather than an outcome of education, Gert Bierster argues that citizenship should be understood as something we continuously do. So rather than it being education being preparation for engagement in political life, the interaction, that learning process is itself foregrounded as living politically. And I would like to suggest that worldview literacy as a process that engages pupils in an active and self-conscious process of living in plurality could be part of this. And in this sense, it promotes an educational experience that is often sidelined amongst this focus on outcomes, but is central to the purpose of education as participation in social life. Just finally, so what? Well, I think that this can help us to think about the broader significance of worldviews outside of RE. And as I've presented it here, the focus on these 4 components, interpretability, categorization, reflexivity, and transformational encounter, can builds on critical progressive approaches within RE and citizenship to form a framework for learning about worldviews that contributes to the aims of both subjects. Schools have been described as a site of struggle between promoting acceptance of diversity alongside national unity. At the same time, we see this global turn in curricula, which is encouraged at a supranational level and promoting global citizenship. And I think worldview literacy can contribute to this endeavour and to understandings of global or cosmopolitan citizenship that emphasise, that kind of liquidity, that evolution of difference. Also, I think that understanding worldview identity as dynamic and socially contingent can challenge those what Kim Licker calls those zero-sum conceptions of identity, which underpin nationalist or assimilationist notions of citizenship. So rather than seeing religious groups as a threat to national identity, a worldview is understood as one aspect of a very complex and dynamic set of loyalties and allegiances. So in that sense, I think it can contribute to ideas of cosmopolitan citizenship and to the recognition that national identities can be experienced differently by different people. So part of a counter-narrative to those exclusivist notions of citizenship. And I hope that it can be seen as part of a bigger evolving educational picture. So a kind of part of the response to what those wider educational concerns of how to create acceptance and appreciation of difference in the context of rising populism and xenophobia, and the need to challenge Westernization of knowledge and the dominance of content-based transmissive approaches within education system. So hopefully, I'm hoping that worldview literacy can do something to contribute to those broader concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martha. I'd like to invite our other speakers for this afternoon to join us on screen. So Mish, Thomas, Nelly, Mish, I know that your camera was off, and Shaminder, I know your camera's not working, but if you could join us, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. I can't see you, Mish. There you are. Saw some lovely tropical leaves there. So we've got a couple of questions. Zoe, also welcome to join us because I know you're going to be closing us off today. So thanks, everyone. So first question, Shaminder, I think you're there. This is for you from Gavin. Does decolonisation mean a whitewash of the ideals? Standardisation, everyone's personality, character must look and act the same, akin to liberalism. Shaminder, I'll open that up to you because the question was for you, but Mish and Thomas, if you want to jump in as well.
Okay.
Shaminder?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah. I looked at that question. I'm not quite sure if I understand what it is, so I'm going to break it down. I'm not sure what you mean, so I'll try and answer it. So first of all, liberalism. If we look at liberalism, it's a political philosophy, it's a moral philosophy. It's based on the rights of the individuals, based on equality and based on liberty of the individual. And of course, there are many views of liberals, and this depends on how people understand aspects such as the rights of the individual. And of course, liberals hold a wide array of views depending on their understanding of these issues. So it includes civil rights, human rights, liberal democracy, freedom of speech, etc. But we've also got in the mix there something called libertarian ideology, and libertarians, they want to maximize autonomy and political freedom, and of course minimizing the state, and that comes through in kind of very conservative governments as well, which is weird. So it's freedom of choice, individualism and liberty and that sort of thing. But I just want to give you, I mean, I'm not sure what the question is asking, but if we consider in terms of the right, the left and the center, the right accuses liberals of promoting selfish individualism and materialism at the expense of social cohesion and cultural identity, which is weird. Centrists claim that liberals' obsession with political correctness and minority rights drove white voters to, for example, vote for Donald Trump. So I'm not quite understanding in terms of which bit of liberalism that you're talking about, or if you're talking about neoliberalism, because if we ask people what's neoliberalism, people don't know what it means, but I mean, if they do, it's kind of a silent thing, a bit like whiteness. So in terms of looking at this, which is, you know, it's collapse of public health, education, child poverty, the epidemic of loneliness, and isolation as well. But just to give you an example of whitewashing, I think in 2017, there was a professor at Oxford University who proposed a research project. And the key thesis to this project was that the empire as a historical phenomenon is very distinct from an ideological construct, so any kind of ideology stuff. And that it's made ethical contributions and that its legacy can't be reduced to kind of exploitation, domination, or repression. Now, obviously, this raised a lot of concerns to the extent that other scholars at the university, they penned an open letter and they dissociate themselves from such intended revisionism and whitewashing of the crimes of the empire. And that's what I understand by whitewashing something, that you don't actually acknowledge it or you change it or you revise it to a certain extent, that it doesn't actually in the end can represent the reality of something. So obviously with this, we challenged colonial and liberalism, you know, in terms of, you know, the empire as an ethical phenomenon. So what decolonization is about is to challenge that. And I mentioned that in the slides as well. You know, to decolonize something is to just kind of look at what's going on, what sort of Eurocentric knowledge is being presented, and what we can do to dismantle that, to emerge scholars of the South. So Raewyn Connell has produced a book, you know, 4 or 5 years ago on Southern theory. And of course, you know, to involve Indigenous peoples in social theory as well. And that takes a lot of courage to write. So in terms of whitewashing, I wasn't really sure what the question was asking, but I kind of split it up into liberalism, neoliberalism, libertarian, whitewashing. So I kind of hope that's answered a question.
Thank you. Gavin, if you would like to respond, please feel free to do so in the chat box. Mish Thomas, is there anything you'd like to come in with in terms of the work that you're doing?
Yeah, I think the first thing is, if you don't understand the term decolonizing, which is about knowledges that are lost, hidden, not used anymore, because it's much more focused on the Western globe, authors and knowledges, and saying that is the measure of everything that's right, that's where decolonizing the curriculum comes from. It's historical. It's about the colonial yardstick of how we measure good. White, male, cisgender, heterosexual, you know, all those struggles that historically have been going on. When you have critical feminist theories, you have critical race theory, you have critical queer studies. It's all come from those struggles, which have been the kind of standardization of that yardstick as being a measure of good. Now, with our and I'm going to come to our, you'd think it's not related to the research placement, but it is, because you can't do universality and standardization when you're doing innovation. You start to have populations of students within this research group, and they're all going to be a different population, and you have to work with them to get to the end outcomes of the placement. So you have to create a safe space for equitable activity, and it's up to us as the education providers to create that for them, right? And if we didn't understand decolonizing curriculum and about knowledges, we wouldn't be able to then understand about equity in a sense of widening it for everybody, not just for the few. And that's how it's linked in.
Thanks, Mish. Does anyone else want to come in before we move on to the next question? No, I'm conscious of time. So, okay, Martha, there's a question for you from Al-Karim. There is a need to take into account interplay between religious formation happening at home, family, and side faith communities, and the RE taught in the public sphere. As this interplay or tension may bear implication on a child's understanding and positionality and religious identity. Any thoughts?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I absolutely agree. There is that. I mean, that's kind of what I'm talking about in the reflexivity part of worldview literacy. That one's positionality, that's child's or student's positionality, be it from a particular faith position or tradition, if they have one, or just from their attitudes and values that they've been socialized into in a non-faith setting. We all come, nobody comes from nowhere, right? So we all come from somewhere. We all come to the learning experience with a set of values and a set of assumptions and prejudices, not prejudices necessarily in a negative way, but prejudices used in a neutral way. And part of what I think should be happening when we're learning, and to be fair, this isn't about learning about worldviews uniquely, this is about any event of learning or event of understanding, should bring the pupil's positionality to the fore and have that exposed and potentially challenged, so that they can so that they can be transformed in the sense of, and again, I don't mean in the sense of brought to a particular position, be it a faith tradition or not. I mean that that their own positionality and their own place in relation to the world is, and their thoughts about that positionality is developed. So I think there often is a tension between, or there's a perceived tension between, sort of interpretations, particularly of religions, of the main traditions in students' own experience and in that, and the representations that they see in the classroom. So that's an area that I think, again, needs to definitely be addressed. Like in quite a lot of the research that I've done, students have said, for example, okay, well, look, we look in this textbook and we see that, they're telling us Christianity is this, this, and this. Muslims believe this, this, and this. But that's not the case in my family. We don't do it like that. We think like, and that's the whole point, that religions and non-religious traditions are interpretable. And I think bringing in experience, or I don't know, perhaps what Young would call everyday knowledge, but bringing that everyday knowledge and people's experiences into the learning experience, into the classroom, and using that as the basis for the co-construction of knowledge is really important. So absolutely, I think, and where there are tensions, they need to be explored. And that's absolutely part of the process. So yeah, thank you for your question.
Thank you. Before we wrap up, does anyone else have anything they want to leave our audience with? Put you on the spot there.
Sorry, Neil, there was a question on the use of BAME. Note that I said BAME. And I just wanted to address that because somebody said we don't use that term anymore, we use global majority. Okay, so using BAME, obviously terms change over time from ethnic minority to minority ethnic. And I've used BAME and those letters because it's an acronym, they stand for something, Black, Asian, minority, ethnic. And I don't wake up in the morning thinking I'm a BAME woman, you know, using it as a noun. So I think it's best captured, the whole debate around using this acronym is best captured in Dr. Gurnam Singh's work in 2021. He wrote a paper, and in terms of looking at this particular paper, it's a stimulus piece, I think it was 2021. And it's looking at, you know, how we apply ethnic categorization, and there's this whole thing about categorizing people. People want to put people into boxes as well. So what this paper does, and I think it's really useful, it's a critical commentary, and it looks at the history, it looks at the politics of counting, categorizing, and it looks at it in the context of empire, colonialism, and, you know, multicultural societies. And of course, you know, it looks at the efficacy of this category, BAME, and the possible alternatives, and global majority being one of them. So this is a debate which is going on at the moment, but I have used it to represent those particular groups, although I could just very well say minority ethnic, for example. That would refer to people who are in the minority in the society. Global majority, well, that's very accurate in terms of population sizes, you know, for the globe. But I'm not sure if I feel comfortable by using that, by saying majority. I feel kind of, you know, as if I'm really empowered, and I may not be empowered in being a minority in a white majority country. So it's all up for grabs. It's a debate that's going on, and I've used that, BAME, but I've said it BAME rather than BAME. So the author, Martha, is Gurnam Singh, that's Gurnam Singh of Coventry University. And I think he wrote a piece called Beyond BAME.
Martha, I can send you that paper because I help collect the qualitative data for that. So if you let me know your email, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just want to quickly add that what you call yourself is up to the people who decide to call themselves in a collective group. So if you want to be global majority, that's up to the group within the organization. If you want to be BAME, that's up to you. That's what the qualitative data showed, was that people call themselves, groups of people call themselves different identified names. I think I got about 131 altogether. And so there's no right or wrong. It's about what, in your context, in your organization, in your group, how do you want to identify yourself? And just one point, that remember, the UK is the heart of empire, and we're trying to change from the heart of empire. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Mish. Suanne, we'll come to you for a quick comment, and then we'll also hand
really
over to
quick,
Zoe to close.
I really enjoy those last bit. Well, all of it, actually, don't misinterpret what I've just said. But the last point is just about language. Shaminda and Mazarat, apologies if I pronounced your name incorrectly. But I think there's also connection there to the way in which we refer to students with disabilities or disabled students. It's the same issue. And I think it just goes back to the point that Musharat made, and that it really has got to be, we decide for ourselves how we want to be referred. And I think it's just always being open to that possibility that language and labels and terms, and about empowerment, how people feel about the way in which they want to be referred to. But I've really enjoyed today. Thank you all so much, Neil and team. It's been brilliant, really great. Thank you, everybody.
Well, I'm going to hand over to Zoe and Martha to close today, as they've done all the hard work putting this together. So over to you, Zoe.
Thank you. Just before I do the final roundup, I did just want to throw one question out. If you can try and keep it to a short statement, I'm going to make it a challenge for you. But thinking about educational futures as the theme of the conference, what would be your hopes for the transformation of the learning experience in your kind of respective areas? If we could start with Nelly, that would be great.
Yeah, it's a big question, but what I was just thinking about throughout this conversation just now is that a decolonizing of the curriculum and a more inclusive kind of curriculum and way of a classroom learning space also needs to entail different forms of expressing of expression and thinking. And so for this, when I'm talking about embodied knowledges and engaging with embodied knowledges, I think that's really important, because there's such a focus on the reading and writing. And if you then translate that to research, it is there as well. So I'm thinking about an openness also on different forms of expressing, thinking, and sharing.
Yeah, this is Sushil. My answer would be, the big change would be if we could really look at our methodologies and try to decolonize those methodologies, because decolonization in a physical sense is not possible. We have settler societies like United States, Australia, Canada, and then we have immigrant populations that have come from the empire to the seat of the empire. But we can definitely work on our methodologies, how we make knowledge, and integrate indigenous knowledges in this center, so that we can really push the empire into the margins.
From healthcare methods to everyone, real issues are.
Sorry, can I just say, I'll say something. I know we haven't probably got time to hear from everybody, but I don't want to take anyone else's precious space, but just to say I totally agree with Nelly and Sushil. I think that a key part of that is around action as well. We talked a lot about action today, and we talked about praxis, but I think that if I could change one thing, it would be to transform that learning process into something more based on praxis, on action and reflection, and actually spend more time but engaging young people in processes by which they can bring about change themselves, rather than just thinking that we're just going to fill their heads with some knowledge that somebody has decided is worthwhile. So, thank you.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to come in on that before closing comments?
I just want to say one final word then.
Yeah.
Just to say thank you very much for inviting us to speak, and I really enjoyed the papers. They're all really great. And in the context of what we were talking about, I think critical pedagogy has a huge role to play in the sort of things that we do, because it's about becoming conscious and becoming aware and being critical, and that will bring about social change. It's not going to happen overnight, but it's a gradual movement towards social change and structural change, so to get rid of those oppressive structural conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaminda. Good point to end on. We could keep talking on these things all afternoon, I'm sure, but it's been a great conference, a real range of speakers. I want to do some thanks. Thank you to everyone that's attended today, and anyone that's watching the recording later on as well. Thank you, of course, to all of our panelists for sharing your research and your knowledge, and hopefully making connections and continuing those conversations. A big thank you to Neil and Molly, and Anna's been helping out in the background as well, all of the technical things and everything that leads up to making a day like this happen. So that's it from me. Martha, if you had anything else.
Just to say the same, thank you all very much, and it's been a brilliant day, so thanks. And like Zoe said, hopefully this will, in the past our conferences really have kind of been a springboard for collaborations and joint research and further conversations. So please do get in touch with us or with each other, and use this as a platform for more collaboration. So Thank you all again very much. Bye-bye.